So I call this meeting of the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission to order. Let's stand for the flag. So, Secretary, please call the roll.
Chair Lewis.
Here.
Vice Chair Sykes.
Present.
Commissioner Qualls. Present. Commissioner Clark. Present. Commissioner Hybels. Here. Commissioner Roy.
Here.
Commissioner Yoon.
Here.
And I'll note that alternate Jones is absent.
All right, so we will now open the community forum. Do we have speakers?
Thank you. Through the chair, we do have 3 members of the public that have signed up for community forum in person. I also started a 2-minute timer for other interested parties to sign up either at the back of the council chambers or by raising their hand on Zoom. The first 3 speakers will be Robert Scheusel, Sana S., then Jose Carizales. Please approach the podium.
Good evening. After participating in the last meeting on March 30th, it became obvious to me that significant changes need to occur in how POAC is run. It became obvious that a lack of a single contact point or a person is creating conflict and interfering with the ability of the committee to run smoothly. It appears that staff and POAC are making decisions independent of each other that are disruptive. For example, an agenda was published that was at variance with the manner in which the POAC special meeting was run. And my recommendation is that the chairperson be the point of contact for information. And when decisions are being made or sending out information, that it go through the chair who then distributes it to everyone. I used to be a project manager, and this is the only way to do it without chaos occurring over time. Not only does it ensure everyone's on the same page, but competing and conflicting decisions or messages do not occur. So please seriously consider having a contact person to have every message and thing run through. 2, you need a secretary who can devote more time to POAC. For example, the March 30th minutes should have been available tonight as they have direct relevance to the complaint process tonight. Not only are the comments that community members made at the meeting missing, so is any reference to the 3 pages of comments and questions that were sent by me. They deserve a response. And other than some kind of bland statement, you can't find anything. I would ask, why aren't these things being addressed? These are the types of things that a secretary should follow up on. And please implore the city to assign someone who has both the expertise and time to support POAC as their secretary. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Sana S., followed by Jose Carizales.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Sana, and I'm an organizer with the ACLU of Northern California. I see on tonight's action calendar under item C that the Commission plans to vote to establish an ad hoc committee to review applications for the assigned attorney. As this commission has been regularly meeting since January and moving forward with policy review and decision making, it is imperative to the integrity of your work that you're advised by an independent attorney. POAC's role in providing civilian oversight and accountability of Vallejo's Police Department, as stated in the enacting ordinance, can only be carried out if this commission has the ability to operate independently. That independence cannot be achieved if POAC's attorney is the city attorney, who represents the very department that POAC oversees. This creates an irreconcilable conflict for the city attorney. POAC is entitled to and must have unconflicted counsel to be effective. And we recommend that you bring this to the attention of City Council immediately and request the authorization and funding that is needed to hire independent counsel. Thank you for your work on the commission.
A final in-person speaker, Jose Carizales.
Jose Carizales, first of all, I align my thoughts with my young friend Sana, and of course my young friend Dr. Schussel. This is one of the busiest weeks that I had these last few days. I did not have time to digest the agenda items. I wanted to go point by point, but I just did not have time. Imagine if I didn't have time, if the average citizen didn't have time. My other, I don't know, so much a complaint or objection to the agenda. It's just there's too much stuff on the agenda for you to digest. This is a committee that took 2 years to be formed, to be created. And now you've been given so much material in one meeting to make decisions. It is unfair to you. It is unfair to us as citizens who we want to stop the fox guarding the hen house. But giving you so much, it's going to feel like pressure. Why? Why the urgency? Don't we as impacted families and citizens of Vallejo deserve and have earned the right to make this process fair and reasonable? 2 words that are lacking. Fair and reasonable. That's all we ask. I wanted to digest, I wanted to go over the items, and I just wanted to tear it apart, nitpick, and see what I can disagree with, but I didn't have time. I thought that as I got older, I would have more time on my hands, but I didn't. And just like I said, imagine the average citizen who has 2 jobs out there, has a family, has a daycare, school-age children. The responsibility is on this committee, so to speak, to get it right. Who needs to be held accountable? The fox or the citizens? Is it fair to us as citizens to always to be asked to be held accountable for our actions? When is their time? When? The time is now. The time is now to hold them accountable. The agenda is too packed. Don't feel pressured. If you can just only handle 1 or 2 items, then that's all you can handle. Be honest with yourselves, and if that's all you can do, then that's all you can do. I would respect the committee if you did that. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, no other speakers at this time.
Okay, the community forum is closed. Next item is the consent calendar.
Through the chair, I do have a concern about the meeting minutes that were drafted from the March 12th meeting. I did take the time to review tonight's agenda, and I found that the meetings weren't incomplete in some areas, insufficient in other areas. There is a tendency to have people go to the website. People don't always go to the website. I think there should be a tool used to record the meetings, because taking minutes is very, very complicated. It's very labor intensive. I know I've done it for numerous years. And it's important that we get this right. And so if information is missing out of the minutes, this commission is going to be held accountable for it, to the point that Mr. Carasales just made. We have to get this right. We have to. There were commitments that were made in March that are not on April's agenda. Sometimes when you have a packed agenda, it wears people out. They don't want to read it. I get it. But it's important that we read everything and hear and document everything that is discussed at this meeting tonight. And so I would like to make a motion to table and direct staff to produce revised minutes and adopt transcriptions going forward. So we don't have to say, go to the website to get the information. That is not fair to the community. It's not fair to us.
Mr. Chair, may I please? So that is a process that is set by City Council. They're the ones that have the authority to determine how minutes are kept. As far as I know at the moment, we don't have a system to do transcriptions of the meetings, do we, Manny?
Through the chair, within the last year or two, we did transition to a live caption and translation software using Kudo AI. Just within the last year, we were able to essentially turn on recordings to have transcripts available. So if and when there is a request for a transcript, we usually do have that available. That being said, I was not present for the last meeting, so I can't speak to the availability of the minutes, the transcription specifically from last meeting. Majority of the meetings, though, there is a full transcript available generally.
So the current process is the same for every board and commission, including you. And we take action minutes. We don't take down word for word necessarily what people say. If you want something more than that, the council can direct staff to do that, but you can't.
So let me see if I heard you correctly. When a question was raised, were there transcripts? I heard the word no.
Well, I said I wasn't aware of any. He
Okay.
said there is. I was not aware of that
Okay.
until just now.
And if I also heard you correctly, you said there's no written policy about this. Is there a reason why it cannot be considered to be done in the future?
I think city staff can consider it. Just something to mention about transcription is, even given our modern technology, it's not always accurate. And so really, to get accurate verbatim minutes, somebody would still need to read through those. I explained in an email the rationale for why the entire city, and really in fact the municipal clerking industry, is transitioned to action minutes, and that is because now that meetings are video recorded, anybody who would like to see the verbatim conversation can do that on the video. It's no longer a best practice to take verbatim minutes because it's time consuming, less so because of the new technology, and it seems to be redundant, and that's why the city doesn't do it. That said, if the commission so desires, city staff is happy to look into whether a transcription can be produced. We can share a sample of that with you to see what the veracity of that is relative to the actual conversation, and that's a possibility.
So I don't think I'm saying verbatim. I'm just letting people have an opportunity. It's just like when you're looking at Netflix or something, how you can close caption it yourself. Well, people can do it that way. But sometimes, and I know it's the city's policy, I get it, but sometimes there's key information that people need to read and see for themselves. To say just like for instance, it was said that the Dr. Lediju gave a report. Was there something impactful? It doesn't have to be detailed, but something she might have said that maybe might have resonated with someone in the community. So that's what I'm saying, not verbatim, but just to capture the key important points, because everybody's going to, some people may go, well, what'd she say? She just did a report. That's vague. So whatever decision needs to be made, I think it, again, and people have come up and spoken, people are concerned. They want information. This is a brand new commission. and we got to get it right.
Okay, that's, we refer to those as summary minutes, so there are a couple different tiers. We've got action, which is really just the record of the action that was taken. That's the bare minimum for minutes. What I think you're describing is what's called summary, so we can look into preparing summary minutes. We'd probably still use a AI tool to do that, but we'll take that back and chew on it and come to you with a recommendation.
Thank you.
Through the chair, there's also a member of the public online that would like to speak on the consent calendar. Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, hi, good evening. I was trying to call in earlier because I wanted to talk to on the public comment section of the meeting, but it took me 15 minutes to find the right place to get active where I can raise my hand. So, I mean, that's, and I'm tenacious. I feel real bad for people who aren't as tenacious as I am, trying to figure out how to get to the place where you can actually participate. You can watch it, but you have to go to a specific site to be able to lift your hand, raise your hand. The other sites don't allow you to participate. They just let you watch. So somebody needs to look into that. It's very, the website is very unfriendly. Finding this commission, POAC, is just really difficult. It should be front and center. It should have its own category along with other major top categories that are listed on the VPD page. It's not there. You have to find it. So it's horrible. It's just horrible. So that's not really why I called, but I just had to address that. I feel sorry for people who want to call in and can't. So there's two things I wanted to call about. First of all, the last meeting was very unproductive. I couldn't participate in most of it because you broke into committees and those weren't open to the public. So I actually cut off because I figured you were going to end that way. Then I went back and listened to the meeting later and saw that you did open it up again to the public later. These things need to be explained to the people who can't attend the meetings, so they're watching online, so we know what we're supposed to do. If you're breaking out, if you're coming back, that sort of thing. Please talk to us. So then I wanted the topic, okay, I gotta hurry. The topic was communication. So what you guys need to do is create a brochure along with the application. So you give people an application, not an application, but a complaint and a brochure which explains, or if you go into the public, then you need to have the brochure to hand out to the public. Second of all, this BPOA meeting they're having on April 30th has to include you guys. I don't know how you get included, but you have to get included in that. They're usurping your responsibilities, and you're letting them do it.
Through the chair, that's all the speakers for this item at this time.
Thank you. So we got...
So to the chair, to one more point, I know there is, the agenda goes out, but I would like for the chair and the vice chair to review the minutes before it's posted on the agenda. Is that permissible?
Sorry, did you say review the minutes?
Right,
Yeah.
correct. Before, we'd like to review, if possible, everything before it goes out. So it's like having a brainstorming session so we can see what's going out there. There should be collaboration on this as much as possible.
I think you can review anything that's in the agenda package before it's going. And it's actually set up that way for you to review the agenda at your agenda meeting anyway. So I think that you could do that, yes.
Okay. So I know I made a motion. So is there a second to redo the minutes, March 12th minutes? That's a second by Commissioner Clark.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're,
To the motion, restate the motion.
The motion is to reproduce the minutes from March 12th and to adopt some form of transcription moving forward. I believe Manny said that's a possibility, and that's your other commissions have that process in place?
Does any other commission? No other commission has that process in place, but that's okay. We can explore whether this, a summary, not a transcription, summary minutes can be prepared,
Okay.
as I understood it.
Okay.
So that is a motion. Is there a second? You can vote on that.
Okay, Commissioner Clark seconded.
Okay. And we'll have a roll call vote on that. Chair Lewis?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sykes?
Yes.
Commissioner Qualls? Yes. Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Hybels?
Yes.
Commissioner Roy?
Yes.
And Commissioner Yoon?
Yes, but I want to clarify a couple things here. So you're asking for the minutes to be revised and brought to you prior to the agenda being posted versus the versus the minutes and the transcription? Because those are two separate asks.
So based on what Mr. Murray said, that's hard for them to do transcriptions, they can do summary minutes, is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, I mean, they're both will require some time commitments. What I was saying is a transcription through a software program isn't always accurate, and so that would need to be quality controlled. But then we had a further discussion where I think we agreed that staff will endeavor to prepare summary minutes. And then in addition to that, I think you requested as part of the motion that the chair and vice chair review the minutes before they appear in the packet. So I think those are the two elements. Those would be summary minutes.
So I'd like that to be one whole motion because we didn't. I'd like for that to be one whole motion because the second portion was not included in that motion requesting, confirming that the commission vote to make sure that the vice chair and the chair review the minutes prior to the agenda, and that should be adopted as a vote here.
Okay.
So you can accept that as a friendly amendment if you would
Yes.
like. Okay, then we
Yes.
can, I thought that was part of it, but if not, we can vote on that again. So Chair Lewis,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sykes,
Yes.
Commissioner Qualls,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Hybels,
Yes.
Commissioner Roy,
Yes.
Commissioner Yoon.
Yes.
All right, carries unanimously. Thank you.
So are there any more comments on the consent items? Okay. So at the last meeting in March, we got some excellent feedback from the community, constructive criticism, and that's great. We need to hear what the community thinks, and you've had a month to reload, so we're hoping to hear more. In March, we'd held a meeting in January, again in February, so our March meeting, we'd really been in business just 2 months, and we were learning the procedures for doing the job. There wasn't any long-time employees to show us how to go about doing this, so we had to learn how to go about reviewing the complaints and reviewing the results of investigation and realizing just how much time those things would take. We have been doing stuff, and we probably haven't been good about telling the community what stuff we're doing, but we're holding meetings. I'm meeting with Commissioner Sykes 3 or 4 times a week, and we're Zooming with people in the community. So and we're reviewing documents. So we are doing stuff. This thing is going to take time. at this point, what we're doing is reviewing various police procedures, and there are 3 or 4 that we're working on now, and in the future, we'll be looking at issues like the use of force, which I know there's going to be people that want to weigh in on that. So this is a good chance to get involved. There's plenty of work to do. So, and I know that at the March meeting, you also indicated that you wanted to participate. So this is your opportunity. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank the community for coming out, being supportive, giving us feedback on better ways to operate this commission. And as I reflected on the meeting that occurred last Monday the 30th up until today, I've been quite busy researching, calling people, and talking to people about how this commission can operate better. And I want to honestly say there were 3 words that came to my mind based on the meeting that happened last Monday up until today. The first word that came to my mind is partnership. We need a very strong partnership in order for this commission to survive. For those who don't know what partnership means, it's defined as a formal, voluntary arrangement where 2 or more parties, individuals, businesses, or government collaborate to manage a joint venture, sharing resources, taking risk, profits, and losses. The importance of transparency. That's in the ordinance, all up and down the ordinance. To me, transparency is being open and honest, and that even means being open and honest with the commissioners, by the city, by the community. In order for this commission to work right, we need transparency. The other word, mistrust. I heard that at the meeting on the 30th. Mistrust, as defined, is the lack of confidence, suspicion, doubt regarding someone or something, often based on instinct rather than proven evidence. The context of that statement is often used when one feels a situation or person is not entirely honest or reliable. I keep hearing that word, mistrust. What I'm trying to do, what this commission is trying to do, is to remove the mistrust, work together, make this commission successful, and do it in a collaborative manner and in a partnership where we can move forward and not be stalled by certain things. The other word I heard was control. This has to be a commission that's independent. This commission is for the community. That's what it was created for. And if there is some kind of control, or where the commission is not in control, we're setting ourselves up for failure. For this commission, failure is not an option. And I have a sense of fear that is surrounding us. It's something I feel. The acronym for fear is known as false evidence appearing real. That's the acronym for fear. Is it false evidence? I'll let the community decide that. But we cannot operate in an environment of fear. We are going to make mistakes. We're going to embrace the comments that are given to us, and we want to learn from not only the city staff, but from the community, because the community is in the heart in all of this. I want you all to know that I submitted concerns in writing to the secretary prior to this meeting regarding the commission's email monitoring arrangement and agenda items that the chair and I requested. Those items are not on tonight's agenda, but they will be addressed under item 12, which is future agenda items. I thank you again for your support. I thank you for your comments, and I thank you for your feedback on some of the information that we have shared with you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm assuming you're on item 6. I didn't hear you announce it, though. Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Yes, go ahead.
We received a letter on March 30th that kind of documents chapter and verse why we really are kind of powerless. And I'm wondering when we take these things up. We get these letters, and And Dr. Schussel sends lots of letters, and we never discuss them. I mean, this letter of the 30th is extremely, extremely important, in my opinion. And some people are of the opinion, well, we can't change the ordinance. When the ordinance was tried to be changed, the entire city council said no about changing opinion to recommendation, or vice versa, I should say. So I think they should, maybe the ordinance should be revisited based on this letter, because it's a brilliant letter, quite frankly. Thank you.
Okay, report of the secretary?
I think item 7 reported the city council liaison, but I don't think the liaison is present or online, so report of the secretary. As you know, I'm going to be departing the city of Vallejo, so we'll be assigning a new secretary. I think this startup period since January has been a good learning experience for staff. I think some of the comments that were made in the public, I think we've learned a lot about what the level of effort is going to be to provide the commission with the support that it needs. And so I know that the next city manager will give good consideration to assigning a staff person who has the sufficient capacity to carry out the work of the commission. I don't know who the secretary is going to be right now, but you will know as soon as that is assigned. Thank you.
Thank you. We skipped over item 7 because I don't think Dr. Ledger was here, and that was item 8, and now for item 9.
Through the chair on item 7.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. Murray, we want to thank you for your service to the city of Vallejo. And there is some motions that will be made that will probably need to be dealt with before you leave. So the question I have is, you don't know who's going to cover the day-to-day function, so will something be known before you leave the end of this month? And are there plans to have a written report on any outstanding POAC items that need to be done? What was addressed, what was asked, what was done, what is pending?
So all of those should flow out of a discussion that is happening on an agenda item tonight. So if there are staff follow-up items, if there are things that I don't get to while I'm still with the city, those will be handed off to the next secretary.
Okay. And so you'll guarantee that the chair and the vice chair will get it so we know what we're expecting?
I'm
So
sorry,
we can
I
keep
didn't-
it flowing. So I know you're saying that you'll give it to us, but to have it in advance as much as possible, to the chair, to myself and the chair.
To have what?
In writing. Remember, I just asked about who's going to cover the day-to-day function, so we'll know in advance our next meeting is not until.
Right. I don't know who the secretary is going to be, so and I'm not sure when I will know that. That will be something that will be appointed by the next city manager. So I don't think that will be known prior to my departure.
So that is concerning.
Yeah, that's
Very concerning.
Well, I don't think there's going to be a large gap in that time frame. So, I don't think the commission is going to go long without having a secretary. And yeah, I'll leave it at that, I guess.
Okay. Moving on to item 9.
So before you move on to item 9, I think I just need a list of what's going on. I think it's for John and I. Since no one knows who's going to be the secretary, something's got to be done. So it's too much unknown, so we need to know.
Okay.
I know you're looking at me with a puzzled look on your face.
Why don't we schedule a time to meet before I depart so I can get a better sense of what things you're referring to in terms of on the to-do list. There are future agenda items that I think you're going to introduce tonight. Mm-hmm. Those will be in the minutes, so those will be documented. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure that there are any other outstanding things that don't relate to an existing process or an existing agenda item. So if you think there are things that exist outside of that, which none of them come to mind for me, why don't we talk about that?
Do any of the commissioners have anything else they want to say about this?
Is there a process or procedure in place for what will happen at our next meeting if there is no secretary?
There'll be a secretary. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sure. If no one else, it'll be the acting city manager
city
will serve as the
manager, okay.
secretary. Yeah.
Okay. Hearing nothing else, let's move on to item 9, attorney's report.
Nothing to report this evening, Chair.
So moving on to action items, item number 10. Are there any speakers on that topic?
Through the chair, yes, we do have a speaker who signed up for this item. Dr. Robert Scheusel, please approach the podium to speak on 10A.
Yeah. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Hybels for his comments, because I think this complaint process is a great example of how this committee is a toothless tiger. You have no say, no nothing, and when people have to go in front of the police, a lot of people don't feel that talking to someone in internal affairs is exactly an unbiased process, and so they're not going to you don't even have an observer at this point or anything as a guarantee for the public. And so thank you, Mr. Hybel, and I would hope that this committee makes a priority of going to City Council and asking for changes in the charter so that you actually are an oversight committee. Right now, you're like a distant view. The other thing I'd like to talk about is, and no one has answered my question, why does the staff report not contain the summary of the public's comments from the last meeting, as well as responding to the 3 pages of comments and questions that I submitted to the city and to the committee? They would have formed a good starting point tonight, and for the public, they don't even know that any of this occurred. As far as they're concerned, nothing has happened, when in fact there was some suggestions made at the March 30th meeting. And I would specifically ask about my 3-page document. Is it going to be responded to, or is my request just going to be given lip service by staff, which often is the way the city has dealt with some of these issues? So somehow or other, I think to talk about this tonight, I'm not even sure that it's a good use of time. You need that subcommittee first to go through that document and start to come back with whole sections and things. I think to just talk about it at random is not going to be very productive. Thank you.
May I interrupt the public comment, because I did have a question. So I went back to look at all of our agendas one more time, and I've noticed that all of the public comment or emails that were submitted are then posted after the meeting as supplemental agenda. So, Dr. Scheusel, I do want to let you know that your comment that was made, or your submittal, is posted to the... Well, all of them are posted, but is it normal practice that the public comment is posted after the meeting? I thought if it was pre-received, that they would be part of the agenda or at least easily accessible. I've only noticed them being posted after.
If we receive a communication in writing from the public, the board should receive that with the agenda. I wasn't aware that you didn't, so I can raise that.
So
with this.
correct. We are not receiving any of the supplemental agendas. I've only realized them once I went back to the agenda management system.
Okay. If they come in after the agenda is posted, then they wouldn't make it to the meeting. So we would have to have the communication prior to the agenda posting.
Has anyone, just my fellow commissioners, has anyone actually seen any of the public comments coming in outside of whatever we individually have received via email? I don't think we are, just in general
I
receiving
haven't seen
those.
them. John, have you seen them?
So I do want to clarify that.
No.
So when we receive a written public comment pursuant to something that's on an agenda, if we receive it far enough in advance for staff to circulate it to the commission in advance, we will do that. Where it appears, though, is as supplemental material in the record, the online record, where it appears whether we receive it far enough in advance to distribute it in advance to the commission, or you just hear of it live whenever it's presented, it appears in the record as supplemental materials in the same portion of the online, on the web page. So it's always going to appear in that area.
And so for public comments that are made prior to the hearing, so say if it's made the day before or in the process between the agenda and the hearing, if it's sent to one commissioner or there's a public comment received by the city, we don't see that beforehand.
So some of them are sent to you, you see them beforehand. You only see them beforehand if staff sees it and has time to forward it to the commission, and depending on the secretary's other responsibilities, they may or may not get it to you in advance. But of course, there's an opportunity at the meeting for the public to make those comments. And then just a related point of clarification, it's not the standard practice of the city to respond in writing to public comment. So we receive all sorts of public comment. We don't have, across any of our commissions, the city council, we don't have a practice of, which is another issue that was raised by the member of the commission. By a member of the public. So yeah, we do aspire, if we receive something in advance, to make sure that it gets to you and to have it on the dais for you and for copies of for members of the public. We haven't always done that because we haven't received it and processed it timely in the past, but that's the standard practice.
Thank you.
So I have a question through the chair. I believe Dr. Schussel submitted his comments on the day of the meeting, March 30th. So are you saying that his comments wouldn't be part of the agenda packet? Because he submitted it. I believe he shared it at the meeting on the 30th.
So it's not part of the packet. The packet is what's published a week in advance, right? But it's posted on the website as supplemental materials. That's where you can go and find it after the fact. If we receive it far enough advance to distribute it to you and in advance of the meeting, then we do that. Otherwise, somebody comes to the meeting, they express it, they distribute it there.
I feel like I might be able to, through the chair, I might be able to chime in here a little bit as well. That particular meeting in question was one day that I took off. Typically, the process when I'm submitted any supplemental agenda items, whether it's an hour before the meeting, 5 minutes into the meeting, it happens all the time. We can include that into the packet, but I do my best to upload that document, whatever documents those might be, to the supplemental agenda packet section of that meeting. That being said, last meeting, I wasn't present for it. I've had a lot of meetings since then, and unfortunately, with Dr. Scheussel's letter, it was uploaded to the website. It wasn't published to the website. So I verified that this morning. I was able to get that published and taken care of. That being said, the procedure typically is if an email with additional information that comes in after the packet has been released gets sent to me, I then accumulate all of those items and re-update the supplemental item packet on the website as those items come in, to the best of my ability. So forgive me, I believe the last meeting situation was on me. I'll take full responsibility for that. But going forward, we're gonna do our best to ensure that those additional items are not only uploaded to the website, but when they come in from a secretary, they should be forwarded to the commission as well.
So I think that's where I'm confused is the supplemental agenda gets posted, but the commission is not aware that it's even been posted, or if the automated system is not sending the notifications to us. Does that,
Best practices that I've seen from other commissions is when those public comments or additional items come in, those are then forwarded to the commissioners via email outside of the packet.
So I want to clarify that we have not received
Never
a
got 'em.
single supplemental agenda to our attention at all.
Nope. Never
So
received it.
that's what I'm trying to get at and be clear is, I understand the process, it's just we're not getting notified of them, and it's a bit misleading in the sense of, we're thinking the communication is not being presented when it's being published, but we don't get a copy of that.
So you wouldn't be getting a copy of a supplemental packet, you'd be getting a copy of those communications. So are you saying you think that there are communications that members of the public have submitted to somebody that you have not received a copy of? And if so, we should look into that to try and problem solve the process.
I think I'd like to verify that, because I think receiving at least a notification that there is a supplemental agenda packet is something noteworthy.
A supplemental item. Got
If
it.
not, I mean, I'm going to religiously have to check the website, which I will do
Yeah,
going
okay.
forward. But it's not clear.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so,
It's supposed to be a lockstep process. When Manny or the other staff receive it, upload it, it's supposed to be distributed to all the members. It sounds like maybe we're not sure that's happening, and we'll make sure that that's happening going forward. Okay.
thank you.
Through the chair, this is probably the most important policy that the Vallejo Police Department has handed off to us. And we're being told tonight, to Commissioner Yoon's report, that the information is posted on the website, but we haven't seen it. And here it is, April 9th, and we don't know anything about it. How are we able to effectively take any action or allow the community to respond when we're just now knowing this? I'm a little confused. And I think, again, the public is going to go, what is going on? We should have had this information, because we, and maybe Deputy Chief Knight can tell us, we have a 45-day deadline to respond to this, which means now there's a delay for us to review the comments. We have to put a report together based on that. So how do we fix this glitch that this doesn't happen again? We're going to be hit with a slew of policies, and we can't take action because we're being told it's on the website. We haven't gotten, and you can survey the commissioners, but I don't think any of them got the supplemental. None of us. That's why we were like, what's going on? That's why we're all sitting up here with a big puzzle on our face. So how do we fix this so this doesn't happen again?
So again, I'm not aware of any supplemental public communication that was submitted that you all have not already received. Did you receive emails from members of the public regarding the policy from Dr. Schussel? Okay, those are the materials that we're talking about. So it sounds like you have received some of them. It sounds like maybe there's a question as to whether there are additional pieces of public comment that were submitted somewhere that you don't have a record of. I'm not aware of any of those, but if you think there are items like that, let's try and problem solve to look into it. As far as I know, every piece of public comment that was submitted in writing to you all went to all of you. Those are the only ones that I'm aware of, so I'm not aware of any others. So you have all of that information, you've received all those communications, and can use that to inform your discussion and recommendations.
So I submitted 3 pages of comments. I haven't seen it posted anywhere. And I don't know if other commissioners have. I'm not aware of that. So I'm just wondering. And on my page that I submitted at the very top, I put community comments, because there was someone at the meeting on the 30th who had a comment to be made.
So Vice Chair Sykes, your notes and thoughts about a policy are not public comment.
That's not what I asked.
Okay.
I said that my question is not public comment, but, and I need clarification on this, the commissioners couldn't even review that in advance?
No, you need to present that at a commission meeting. That's a Brown Act issue. You can't share your thoughts about an item that needs to be discussed in open session in advance with other commissioners. The time for you to do that is during this conversation as part of an open meeting.
Okay. So, again, I'm gonna marinate on it a little more.
Okay.
I know we keep going on this subject, but Manny, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
It's for when the agenda management goes out and the supplemental agenda is uploaded, is it part of the mailing list alert that says? So I think that's where my disconnect is.
So typically when the items are updated on the website, there is no email notification or anything like that. I just upload the files to the website as they come in as soon as I get my hands on them.
And the regular agenda, though, once it's posted, there is
Correct,
posting
because
that
that's
states-
attached with a direct mailing outlet, our mailing distribution, that's connected to that distribution. That does not include the supplemental material.
Okay.
It just includes a link to the agenda, where if you follow the link to the agenda, you can then see if there are supplemental materials that have been published in advance, where you could then click on that link and access that material.
And the notification mechanism to commissioners of receiving supplementals is not an automatic notification through the system when it's posted, but it's staff forwarding those communications to you if you weren't already a direct recipient of those communications. So it's not supposed to be that you're getting it as there are new items posted to the website. You're supposed to be getting it, if it comes to staff, I would forward it to you, all of you, or for many of those, they're already emailed to you directly. So that's how you're notified that there's some written public comment coming into you, is you look and find it in your inbox, your email inbox.
Through the chair, I think one of the biggest challenges with this POAC, and I've said this before, we're trying to fly a plane and build it at the same time. I think that this commission needs to have some sort of training on the stuff you're mentioning to us today. There are some commissioners on this dais that know that, but there are some of us who don't. And to get that training sitting right here, right now, again, we got egg on our face. It's embarrassing. And it's unacceptable.
Through the chair, I still have public comment members who would like to speak.
Please.
Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Hello again. I want to take one step even further back. I have made some comments, and I made them through the chair. I text the chair, the commission, John there, and what I wanted to send them is to all of the commissioners. But see, I didn't even know, it sounds like there is a process for me to do that. And I guess so we need to go back even further and say, if the public wants to submit a comment to the commissioners, then this is how you do it. And if somebody could explain to me how you do that, I would appreciate that. Because my comments are really not to the chair, they're to the full commission. So if you could help, you could explain that to those of us in attendance tonight. So in the future, I can communicate with all of you via whatever the process is. Please explain. Thank you.
So is there any more public comment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do have one more speaker. Muir Wood, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge, first of all, that the commissioners, I think as Vice Commissioner Sykes mentioned, are kind of trying to fly a plane while building it at the same time. And I want to support and reiterate the point that there's some basic training that seems to be lacking in terms of the commissioner's understanding of the somewhat bureaucratic, the public policy process, and perhaps there's a process flow, something, a cheat sheet. I know processes can sometimes be a little bit cumbersome. Maybe there's sort of a quick hit or cheat sheet type process flow that the commissioners could could be provided to the commissioners. They could avail themselves of. I think that once individual commissioners are aware of, the nomenclature, the lexicon of these public documents, the public process flow, I think it would really help to support the commission and to also move the agenda along, because I think at this point it's kind of obvious that the workings, the infrastructure of the commission is a little bit hindered by some of the not quite understanding all of the internal processes. I just also wanted to thank the staff members who are clarifying what the process is and sort of clarifying, what is a supplemental agenda versus what is a supplemental document, what is public comment, when public comment that goes with the agenda, public comment that becomes supplemental after the agenda is posted, public comment that is captured during these meetings, live public comment. So all these sort of different levels and different types of documents and comments, et cetera. And if that could be packaged in a way that is easy for the commission to understand, easy to understand a bureaucracy. But I think there's some very capable staff members that might be able to assist in this regard. I encourage them to do so, and I thank them for clarifying that, for example, when public comment is submitted, where that gets uploaded, and then when the commissioners can be notified that that information is there so they can take a look. So thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Through the chair, no other speakers at this time.
Thank you. So moving on to action item A, would staff please introduce the item?
I thought we were on action item A, Chair, because if we weren't, we're violating the Brown Act. So we need to focus on. My understanding was we were on A, right?
Yeah, he
Okay.
took public
Sorry.
comment, and now he's asking for the staff report.
Okay, so you're asking for the staff report on A. I understand. I'm sorry. My misunderstanding.
And the Deputy Chief Knight will come and present on this, but before we did that, I wanted to share some of a summary of some of the themes that were raised at the special meeting we had on the 30th, and they kind of broke down into a couple different subcategories, but there were comments regarding the meeting format. The commission tried something a little bit different from a traditional meeting. In my experience, the small group, although it had some shortcomings, and there's some comments about that, the small group activities resulted in a lot of communication and information exchange between commissioners, PD staff, and community members. So I think in that way it was much more successful than a traditional meeting format would have been. But some of the comments these are comments from the report out of the small groups, also some from some observations that commissioners had. For future meetings, if the POAC is going to have a meeting that's going to have a non-traditional format, that should be communicated in advance to the public so the public knows what to expect. If the POAC, of course, is going to have a meeting with small group work, as we heard, there should be an opportunity for online participants to participate or do some sort of an activity and report out. We didn't have that functionality set up for that meeting, but we often do, and so I think that's a good observation for the future. A lot of conversation about the materials for the meeting, and I think it's best summarized by saying that whenever there's a draft revised policy that's presented to POAC, it should be accompanied by a red line and an FAQ or some other form of document that highlights the key changes. And if possible, it'd be ideal to have those materials in multiple languages to improve access and engagement. Related to the complaints policy specifically, there was a lot of comment about how there needs to be a section that addresses the confidentiality issue in the policy, related some information on the rights and protections of complainants. Was a more general theme that policy language should be written so that it's understandable to an educated lay audience. A lot of these documents are written to be used by police department staff, but to be able to get meaningful input on them, and so that any member of the public can understand what the process is, they need to be written in a different way. The role of the POAC needs to be, should be integrated into policies. There was a suggestion that there be a volunteer ombudsperson and also an independent observer. And then just a couple other categories of comments. Kind of other POAC actions. There was a kind of multiple comments about POAC holding community town halls or small group meetings in each district, essentially the idea that POAC go out to the community to get input and have engagement. The possibility of using focus group techniques to determine how to get some input on how to explain policies to a lay reader and processes. POAC can conduct more outreach to get more community engagement. Very specific comment, city needs to explain what the Vallejo evaluation team is and how it relates to the reform effort in POAC. And then just a couple comments that I've categorized as other matters, which were, there's a lot of history that people, community members, and commissioners are bringing to this conversation around complaints. There's a willingness of people to listen to the commissioners, and success will require that community and POAC work together. So that's my summary. I'll include the summary in the minutes for this meeting. Unless there are any questions, Deputy Chief Knight.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. So I'll make my comments brief. I ultimately see this as a discussion for you, the commission, to ultimately come to a culminating moment where you can provide me the recommendations that you would like to see into this policy. How you gather those recommendations is your choice as the commission, as I see it, through the community and whatever mechanisms that you use. Couple of the things that I noticed on the special meeting on the 30th, just 3 things that I wanted to kind of point out to maybe lay some groundwork. There was a discussion about our Vallejo Police Department's personnel complaints policy and how it did not have a lot of verbiage about the POAC ordinance. I just wanted to explain to the commission that those are 2 very distinctly separate things that would not be, as a police department, to meld those. But what I did hear is there was a lot of education and information that needed to be provided to explain the POAC ordinance. I mean, we are still having meetings every week to try to understand all the nuances and things like that. It's not a simple thing to understand. So I did hear that. So I just offer that as a possible mechanism of a route forward. Did want to say that we do have our community complaint packet. So it's comprised of not only the complaint form that is a attachment to the policy, it has a cover letter from the chief of police, it has some information about what complaints are and what the different findings may be, and then it has a full FAQs page, or actually a couple of pages. That is something that's ours to create, change, edit for anything. That's not a policy, that is informational material. So I do see that as a possible avenue for recommendations of education to the community. As mentioned, the kind of the desire to explain to a layperson what these things mean, because policies are policies, and they are very complex, and they are comprehensive at times, and they talk about very specific things. But the education material that the frontline complainant or community member will look at is this. So that's something that's a possible avenue. And then finally, I just wanted to underscore, and I don't think we got enough, I think we take it for granted as staff, but did not convey the message enough to community and to the commission that the multi-month process that we have gone through in drafting and revising this policy. It went from about 13 pages to 20 pages. So there's a lot of content that has been changed, improved. That was with the police department, city staff, our department evaluator of our settlement agreement from Jensen Hughes, and the California DOJ. So there's been a lot, multiple eyes set on this thing multiple inputs from subject matter experts. That's not to say that something won't come from the community or the commission. Of course it will and can, but I just wanted to give some folks some assurances that this has been looked at extensively and very thoroughly by people outside the police department that want these things in content to be in the policy. So I'll just kind of leave it at that at the moment, and really I see this as a discussion for the commission and what it is information you want to give to me or answer any questions that I might be able to answer.
Through the chair, what is the official 45 days from the date of this policy that you submitted to the public? What's the 45th day?
I don't have the date in front of me, but if you use March 30th, which would be probably the latest that you could use, that would be mid-May. May. I counted before I walked up here. I estimated May 14th, but I might not be exactly.
You're right, we counted. Yeah, May 14th. I'm going to be very honest. I'm very confused because when I submitted this question to Mr. Murray, I asked, was you going to be reviewing or summarizing the comments, and was told yes. And then I hear today, nope, that's not going to happen. I am totally confused. I don't like to be confused. I like, as I said earlier, open and honest, to be open and honest with not only the commissioners and the public. I cannot, in all honesty, see how we can move forward on taking action on this when we have very limited information and when the chair and I are tasked with having to do a report on this. I cannot see my way out of this plastic bag, so to speak, because we have no information, but we have to come up with a report. I'm just totally confused. I'm very frustrated. We will do our best, but we need information. We have nothing. Like I said earlier, I submitted a 3-page and we can't talk about it. It's just, my mind is like still trying to get over this.
Yeah, so you didn't ask me a question, but I'm going to give kind of my perspective. So our job and our obligation as the police department is to capture all of the community feedback. That includes the police commission, the feedback that we receive and recommendations we receive from the community town hall presentation, and the electronic feedback we were going to receive from myvallejo.com. Our job is to consolidate all of that feedback, those three entities, and compile it together to come back and look at it with Cal DOJ, the Vallejo evaluation team, and ourselves to determine if any policy changes will occur. So the method in which you guys get those recommendations to us is, I guess, not something I want to dictate. I don't think I should dictate. So that's why I'm kind of not trying to cause more confusion, but I know what we have to do on our end, and I'm not really trying to dictate how you guys provide those on your end. What I will just briefly finish and say is we provided the current draft policy, we provided the previous old policy, we provided a one-page executive, kind of a very, very high-level executive summary document. We also provided a document that kind of talked about what the old policy said versus what the new policy said. So we provided as many comparison documents as we could to kind of help you with your review and ultimately your recommendations to the department.
But if I may, DC Knight, I know we're going through this for a substantial policy for the first time, but I think the expectation is that the department, so this conversation, because it's a complex policy, is being spread over multiple meetings, and I completely understand, and it's the commission's prerogative to continue this item while you continue to weigh what your recommendations might be. But I think the analogy is if we were having this entire conversation and dialogue in a single meeting and commissioners raised questions that we were able to answer real time, that would be part of the dialogue and contribute to their deliberations. I think the expectation is that PD will do everything it can to come back with answers to the questions that were raised at a future meeting. And I know that you have looked at those and been assembling answers to some of those, but I think we need to make a commitment to being able to return to a specific meeting date with the answers to as many of those questions as you can. And there were questions that were raised, I think, by the community, but certainly some that came out of the commission meeting that they need to the commission needs to know the answers to some of those specific questions from the department to be able to inform their recommendations, because the answers will kind of clarify where they think, changes are needed. So
Sure.
I have to say, it's not kind of just my outside perspective. I agree with the vice chair that, they need answers to questions so that they can complete their deliberations.
Yes, so the department was forwarded a variety of comments and questions. Every time I got one of those, I forwarded it to our Compliance, Integrity, and Accountability Division. So I just spoke to one of the members of that division today. He has just got through all of the ACLU's questions and comments and is going through the commissioner members' comments. He said he should have those done this week. So as soon as those are ready and to enough of a final side, I can give that to the POAC secretary to share with the commission.
I also wanted to point out process-wise for you, just so you understand, this is not your last meeting about this topic. So this is here for you to discuss this evening, ask questions of staff. We'll be back with a resolution where you would actually make the recommendation. And the way I had intended to do that with you, there's an example of it tonight. We're going to look at a resolution from one of the other policies. Essentially, we would write the resolution together on the fly here, with either myself or Veronica here, so that we can get all of your things down that you want in the recommendation in real time, rather than us going back, having to have another meeting after you've told us what you want in it, so we have to go back and write another resolution, have another meeting. So that was at least the plan on this particular policy. And again, this is the first one. It's kind of a learning process for all of us. So there are going to be some growing pains with it, but that was the plan on this, to give you more than one opportunity to comment and receive information.
First of all, are there comments from any of the other commissioners about this item?
Well, I had a few questions. So my understanding of the process was that we were able to submit notes from the public and from ourselves from the March 30th meeting that I sent to the city manager. And then at this point in time, we'd be able to ask any additional questions to DC Knight that then we could put into our final recommendation that we'll give at the next meeting or in writing to staff. Does that about summarize where we're at?
Yeah, that's right. And I think that we were hoping that the answers to the questions would be completed by tonight. It sounds like they're not yet. And so
Okay.
we'll seek the commission's direction on whether to schedule a special meeting. I think the 45-day clock, when we looked at it previously, lands at the next regular meeting date. So if you want to wait and have just one remaining bite at the apple, you can do that. Or you could have a special meeting sometime in between now and then. But so submitting questions so staff can respond is appropriate. Commissioners can also submit their ideas, but ultimately on changes, but ultimately those are things that we'll want commissioners to vocalize publicly as part of the dialogue.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I had anticipated answering some questions from you guys tonight. So we are working on the back end to compile answers to those written community and commission comments, but here to answer questions if you have them. Sorry.
No, and then I just had one last housekeeping question regarding the town hall meeting and the POAC's potential involvement in that. I know there's some discussion about whether, maybe it's for the attorney, if we can be involved, if we can attend. I know we can attend as lay people. It sounds like some of the public are interested in our participation in that as well.
Yeah, I'll answer the first part of the question. There was a lot going on at the last meeting, so I just want to clarify what that meeting is, which is separate and apart from the POAC's consideration of this policy. The VPD has an obligation under the settlement agreement to have a town hall meeting on this topic. So I saw some public comment about, how those processes might be working at cross purposes. Following both of those processes is a requirement of the police department and the city under the settlement agreement with the Department of Justice. So we don't have a choice of not doing both of those things. It's really just supposed to be an additional opportunity for the police department to get public comment. So That, I think, our facilitator, Rania, was describing at the last meeting. There are multiple opportunities for the community to provide comment. That is supposed to be its own kind of standalone, separate opportunity for the public that doesn't want to come down to a POAC meeting. That's the purpose of that meeting. And they're supposed to be complementary, not at cross purposes. And then I'll let Randy comment on the issue of POAC members' participation at the meeting on the 30th.
So the issue with the commission attending the meeting on the 30th is that the topic at that meeting is within your subject matter jurisdiction. Because it's within your subject matter jurisdiction, that means you're limited on being able to attend that by the Brown Act. So less than a quorum of you could go, 3 could go, or the other way that we could make it happen where all of you could go is we could simply notice, simply I say, it's not necessarily simply, but we could notice a meeting at the same location and post an agenda. So that's a possibility.
Okay.
Yes, a POAC meeting, correct.
Okay. I had some questions for DC Knight, unless anyone else wanted to jump in on housekeeping, more housekeeping. Go ahead, yeah.
Can I just clarify on the procedure? So I understand for the town hall meeting and the comments, are those going to also be presented to the POAC as well? So all the summary and the questions and all the items from the town hall meeting that PD is hosting, will that also be presented to the POAC?
I don't think we were planning to do that, but that might be possible. I mean, the meeting is going to happen on the 30th, so we might run into a timing issue with the POAC within its 45-day window taking action.
Okay,
but that hadn't been the expectation. There's nothing stopping all of the members from is the meeting going to be, I imagine the meeting's going to be broadcast and
I think so.
recorded. So there's nothing stopping POAC members from viewing the video recording of the meeting or watching it streaming. There's no quorum issue related to that.
I'm happy to not attend as long as the public is able, or we are individually able to watch remotely.
Yeah.
You can certainly do that.
Okay. So as long as we assure that, then I won't be planning to attend, so that there are other commissioners that can attend, part of the quorum. The other question I have is just the process of us providing our comments, providing our suggestions. How is that mechanism going to work with your departure?
So there should not be any break in, there should be a secretary appointed essentially simultaneously with the appointment of the new city manager. So there shouldn't be a lengthy break in that process. In addition, I think you've worked with, depending on what the comment is about, the city attorney's office is going to be backstopping the transition, so you can always share that information. City attorney's office and staff, the secretary and the committee attorney work very closely, and so there'll be some consistency in that.
And then I'd like to clarify just for everyone what exactly the process is on everyone's side. So we will be submitting comments, suggestions, and revisions to either the secretary or in conjunction with the city attorney. Then staff is going to compile them as a summary and produce a proposed draft?
So,
or is it our straight questions, our straight suggestions and revisions that are then going to be presented?
So how that would normally happen is you would present your ideas at a POAC meeting. Okay. So as opposed to, it's fine to submit your ideas, but to staff in advance for staff to have essentially a heads up on what you're thinking. But the intention of an open meeting of a body such as this is that you can have a deliberation and share your thoughts in the open so the public can see all of that information in real time. So you're free to share your thoughts in advance. Again, that's essentially a heads up for staff to be prepared with where this might be going. But really the intent is you're sharing all of that information at the POAC meeting. And as Randy described, the way that we have done this kind of our standard process for a commission like this to make a recommendation is the agenda packet includes a shell of a resolution, and you all talk at the meeting and come to consensus about what the recommendations are going to be. And that resolution is amended essentially real time during that meeting based on the consensus you reach. That's the recommendation process.
So just for clarity, the recommendations need to come from the body, not from the individuals. So the only recommendations that would actually get in the resolution would be those recommendations that a majority of you agree should be there.
Okay, I think that it was not very clearly conveyed, and I think we had a bit of a different understanding of what we needed to present. And so I have to say, I think most of us are not prepared this evening because we had an expectation that all the items, so I just want to be clear, I think most of us submitted comments immediately after the March 30th, and I believe you have them, and that's what your staff is compiling and answering. I think that portion, there was a misunderstanding and it's not clear. And so none of us, I think, are prepared to have that dialogue. And so I think it's two-pronged. I think one, it's the policy suggestion and whatever comments the body needs to make. And a second, which was a very clear kind of consensus in the group, is this FAQ situation. And I think where the weight of what change we can make currently from how I see it is in the FAQ process. And I would suggest to my fellow commissioners to consider two ad hocs. One, to compile the changes as to the policy, and one, to draft FAQs. And that way it divides up the labor and allows us to address both sections. Is that a possibility, or does that need to be a future agenda item?
That would have to be on a future agenda item. It's not on the agenda this evening for you to create that. And we have to do that by resolution, and we don't have a resolution for that either this evening.
Okay. So through the chair, I have a question. So if I'm understanding you, the 45-day timeframe ends May 14th. What would happen through no fault of this commission if you were beyond the 45-day? Because if there was going to be a special meeting, it would have to be either next week or the week after, before the town hall meeting, in order for us to get our hands around this because of the miscommunication on this whole process. So can it be extended through the DOJ? Can you say, hey, what can be done? Because this impacts the community. People took the time to come to the special meeting. I want to be honest, I don't know why they gave us credit for this special meeting. I don't want it because it wasn't something I agreed to on the 30th because I never saw the agenda. I'll be very honest. And how do we get this moving in the right direction if it even requires extending it beyond the May 14th deadline? And I'm a very honest person. I'm just going to be honest. That wasn't my meeting on the 30th. That was your meeting.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'll punt that to the city attorney
So
because it relates to the ordinance.
Sure. The 45 days is in the ordinance itself. It requires the commission to make a recommendation on any policy submitted to you for review within that 45-day period, or if you don't do that, then the chief can implement the policy without considering your recommendations.
So to the point that the Commissioner Hybels made, you may need to review the ordinance because what we're experiencing today, we're running into a brick wall. So you're saying the ordinance says this, but it doesn't appear efforts are being made to help the commissioners get within that 45-day time frame. So there has to be a better way to do this in order to make sure that the deadlines are met. Now, we're talking about an additional week or two for the commissioners to review what's submitted. We're also waiting for the community to get answers to questions that won't be ready till next week, which means we have to call for a special meeting between now and April 30th before the town hall meeting. Then, on May 1st, in order for us to get our comments to the chief, we have, and I'm not looking to do it up to May 14th because that's crunch time. You want to look to do it between around May 1st, May 9th, so we can review it and get it to VPD. You see what we're talking, the time is getting shorter and shorter because of the miscommunication that occurred with this whole process. If that's making sense, because I see the puzzled look on your face,
Yeah.
Mr. Murray, but I'm just trying to figure out how we can fix this.
Yeah, I guess I ask that you further explain the relationship in your mind to the meeting on the 30th, because I think of that as the POAC is going through its own process. You've received a presentation on the draft revised policy. You have some questions. You all can schedule a special meeting as soon as we're able to provide the answers to those questions. I don't see a relationship between the POAC going through its process, unless you're saying you want to hear the comments that are made at the town hall to inform the recommendations you provide.
That would only be fair to the community. That's why I'm saying there's a time crunch. But according to you, then you're going to have to notice the meeting on April 30th in order for us to attend. You see where I'm going with this? These are your words. These aren't mine.
Only if a
Well, they weren't
majority
mine.
attends. If a
Okay,
majority,
still, it would have to be noticed because it would not be fair for us to write a report without hearing the comments from the community on the 30th. That's the purpose of the town hall meeting, to get additional comments on this policy. Am I
That's
correct?
Not quite. The POAC is supposed to be getting its public comments through the POAC meeting, not the meeting on April 30th. It's a separate thing. So
No,
you're
I
gonna-
get that. I understand that part. But there's still a crunch time regardless. So
Okay.
we're talking between now and April 30th to call for a special meeting.
Yeah, right. So you could have a meeting the week of, say, April 20th, 2 weeks from now. I'm sure VPD would have time to get answers to all of the questions, put that in a packet for a meeting. You'll have all of your questions answered. At that meeting, you could make one run at trying to develop your consensus recommendations. And then subsequent to that special meeting, you could have your regular meeting you could make a first pass at, getting your recommendation together. You could make your final pass at your regular meeting I think it's on May 9th. So I think there's plenty of time for you to, it's actually
So I'm sorry.
May 14th?
May 14th, yes,
So
that's-
there's plenty of time for you to have a special meeting, get all the answers to all of your questions, do a first pass at your recommendations, and circle back at your regular meeting to make your final recommendation. So it seems like I think there's plenty of time. You've got, 5 weeks to make recommendations on a policy that you've already had a presentation on and gotten some community input on.
Are there any more comments from any of the other commissioners?
As to process?
Yes.
I have a question.
you have to get up closer to the thing.
So my question is, we're not all allowed to go to the meeting on the 30th?
No, you can go, provided that we notice it as a meeting of the POAC at that location at that time.
Okay. So here's my comment. So if we all happen to show up at a city council meeting, how is that different?
Because that is, the city council meeting is of general interest to the public. This particular meeting is squarely within your subject matter jurisdiction. That's the problem. And the Brown Act addresses that directly.
I have a question. As a representative of, let me see, there it is. As a representative of my district, being on the POAC, I think that it's primary for me to be able to communicate or listen to the community about this change. And I'm understanding what Co-Commissioner Sykes is talking about as far as gaining the consensus of how people are seeing this or wanting to address this issue. I don't think that it would be fair for us to sit here and be like, okay, we're the decision makers on this without being able to hear from the community, right? And so the town hall is supposed to be something that we can compile information from, that we can get from the community so that we can see where everybody is, where their head is about this thing. And are we, and my question is this, as a commissioner, are we able to conduct these activities individually in our particular districts in order to hear from the folks that we're representing, and then come back with a consensus to what they're feeling like, right? But this doesn't give us the real opportunity to do that. So, and this is the reason why I was concerned on whether or not we were going to be receiving feedback from this event from the police department about how individuals are feeling. Will there be somebody there to document questions and concerns that we can consider in making a decision moving forward, right? That's what I'm concerned about. I'm worried about how can I play a role, how we can play a role as commissioners independently in order to compile some of this information instead of relying on a system that we're not really getting any information from, and events that we can't attend.
So yeah, you're fully empowered, each individually as commissioners, to go out and talk with your whoever you think you'd like to have a conversation with to get input. And there was some conversation at the special meeting about and some suggestions about individual commissioners going out and meeting with groups in their districts to be able to get more input, because there's a challenge of getting high engagement and representation in meetings where people have to come down here to City Hall in an evening and all of that. So yeah, you're certainly welcome to go out and have conversations with whatever individuals or organizations in your district you'd like to get their thoughts, so that you can then bring those forward and share them with the other commissioners to help form the majority recommendation on feedback to the department on this policy.
So through the chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue this discussion, preferably at an upcoming special meeting, the week of, I believe you said April 20th? Because according to you, DC Knight, you said that there'll probably be a final review next week of all the comments that the department has received. And I think you mentioned ACLU also submitted some comments.
Yes, it's a combination of comments and suggestions and questions, some of which, not all, but some of which commissioners submitted. We can get those clarifying questions answered this week and get that to the secretary to help inform your recommendations and your consensus. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to clarify for that motion, we're not closing the item because I think I'm prepared to ask questions at this point. I'd like to ask questions instead of just deferring this completely, and I think some of us additionally have questions. So the motion is just to add the special meeting for the, okay.
So we have more questions. Let's get them asked.
Do you want to address the motion first?
Well, so the motion.
So that's why I want to clarify.
So if the motion is to continue, that would close the item,
Correct.
right?
So that's why
if that's what it was. So since the motion's on the floor, it has to be dealt with before you can ask questions. So if you want to ask questions, the way to do that would be for the motion to be withdrawn and be made later after you ask your questions.
So
if the motion maker is willing to do that.
Vice Chair, does that make sense?
So you want me to withdraw the motion so you could ask questions?
So we can at least have that discussion and get something going if we have discussions, and then at the end of our questions, you could then make the motion to continue it to a special meeting. Is that how I'm understanding it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to, I believe Chair Lewis was asking, was there any more questions? And I think it was radio silence. So I'm glad you clarified that, because he did ask and no one said anything. So I don't have a problem withdrawing the motion if people have additional questions.
Okay, sure, yeah. DC Knight, thank you again. I had a question, two questions actually about section 1011.10.2. And the questions sort of, are tethered to mostly what the community is talking about transparency, and I guess it's sort of also maybe a legal question as well. Within that section that I referenced, The chief has the power to make the final decision on disposition and discipline after a review, and the disciplinary review panel can make a recommendation to the chief on discipline that the chief can then ultimately has the final say to either go with their recommendation or not. I know that discipline is not something that is able to be disclosed publicly. Would it be possible for the chief disagreeing with the disciplinary review panel to be made public? Is that something that would be amendable in the motion, or would even be legally possible? Just thinking about for what the transparency the community is asking for. If the chief were to have this whole investigation, receive a recommendation, and then not go with the recommendation, that seems like something that people would be interested in. And I don't know if maybe the attorney could weigh in on
I
that,
think
but-
that is prohibited by Penal Code Section 832.5, which protects peace officer personnel records. So anything,
It's within that, yeah, the
yes,
same, okay.
I believe that it is.
But if I may, I understand Commissioner Roy's question. Could there be a public report out of simply whether the chief agreed with the recommendation regarding discipline, not what the recommendation was or the outcoming, but you
Sure,
think that's...
I understand. I believe
Okay.
that is within the definition
Still
of peace officer, because the definition is very broad.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess we'll be giving our full recommendation later on, but if it were to be the case that were to be allowable, I think that would be something that we really...
There is one circumstance where it could be disclosed, and that would be if it were an officer-involved shooting, in some instances of great bodily harm. The statute allows for it to be disclosed then. So there are some exceptions. It's not a
Okay.
blanket prohibition.
Well, yeah, certainly under those circumstances, if it's acceptable, we'll be, I'll urge my fellow commissioners for us to include that in our recommendation. And so I guess no question for you on that one. And then I guess secondly, within that same section, there's discussion of timeline of the final notice to officers when there's going to be punitive action taken. And I was just curious what happens in the instance that the 1 year timeline is missed. I want to make sure that, obviously something doesn't get passed over because of, a clerical error or a timeline. And I'm sure this happens, so I was just curious if.
Are you talking about the 1 year timeline in the Peace Officers Bill of Rights?
Yes.
That time period?
Yes.
If we miss that time period, we can't impose discipline.
So that is the full stop, so that if it's missed, then, so it doesn't happen probably then, that there is going to be punitive action taken and somebody's not given notice within the 1 year timeline, or like an investigation takes so long that it doesn't actually meet the timeline?
Well, there are requirements within the ordinance
Yep.
that try to limit the amount of time that the investigation takes so that we keep it within that 12-month time frame, so that everything that needs to happen. So the investigation is supposed to be completed within 6 months, because especially on a great bodily injury or serious incident or bias incident, those things need to come to you for discussion and recommendation. So we can't have an investigator taking 11 months and then we have 30 days to try and get it to you and have the chief make his ultimate decision.
Right.
Plus there's some appellate rights in the back end of that for you guys.
Right.
So we're telling the investigators that they have to be done in 180 days, so that we have then, that remaining time, depending on when the investigation was started, up to 6 months to go through the rest of the process.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah.
My final question is just regarding like the policy, the complaint policy draft references often the professional standards division in the Vallejo Police Department. I've seen the PSD reports that come out monthly. Had a question about I went to the VPD website and couldn't find, who makes up the professional standards division. I know that those officers are, is that something that could be added to the site, could be made, in the interest of transparency for the public? And then just a question about complaints being potentially added to that monthly report that the PSD puts out, the number of complaints received by the department within a month's period.
Yeah, you're talking about the monthly PSD analysis report?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that does have the aggregate number of all complaints for
Okay.
that particular month in the chart.
Yeah, I've seen like all of the, sort of like, weapons drawn and, use of, those types of incidents. The last few complaints that I looked at were, I believe, from March, and I didn't see any complaints on there, but I'll double check. So you're saying they're on there, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can point to you in the report where it is
Okay.
offline if need
Sure.
be, but that aggregate number is in there. I thought that information on our professional standards division was on our website under the transparency and accountability portal.
Okay.
But if it's not, I do agree that that is something that should be put on there. We have a lot of dedicated staff that are working there that do a lot of work. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just have a couple questions, DC Knight. So under the policy, the PSD acts as the central hub for the coordination of all the complaints. How does the department handle kind of conflicts of interest when reviewing these complaints against officers? If they've known each other for some time, what is the parameters of what defines your guys' conflicts of interest when it comes to an officer, say the PSD staff or the investigator has been friends with the officer or has been on the same patrol division for 7 years or something like that. Is there a provision about conflicts of interest, or could you explain that process for us a little bit?
Yeah, I can explain it a little bit. So, first of all, something we instituted in our reform efforts is a conflict attestation. So every time a investigator, we only have one sergeant that's the internal affairs investigator. That person rotates, it's different. I did it years back, and there's different people who go through the assignment. We did not have that back then. So now we've instituted a no conflict attestation. I can bring that and share that with the commission as well. So that addresses any immediate conflicts with, did you see the incident? Were you part of the incident? Do you intimately know the person, or any other reason that would cause the conflict? So the investigator has to make an affirmative attestation that they do not have a conflict. So that's first and foremost. Secondly, and again, we hear this often about the inherent lack of confidence or mistrust that we can investigate our own officers. And that's not always an easy thing. That's why when you choose that internal affairs investigator, who you choose to do that is very important. It's very important. And it's also very important to have a chain of command over that person, to have every investigation and report be reviewed by multiple sources to ensure that it's accurate, it's fair, it's unbiased. So that's why every one of our investigative reports is reviewed by multiple folks, to include the investigator's lieutenant, both bureau captains, myself, and the chief of police. So we can find out if there's any, hey, you didn't ask these questions, or you should have interviewed this additional witness, and we can kick the report back down. Also, just so you guys are aware, one of your powers as a commission is if you see an investigative report that lacked some type of investigative step that could have caused concern over something like you had brought up, you can request that as well. So there is checks and balances, there's a no conflict attestation, and who we choose to do that job is a very important and coveted position that you can separate the person from the conduct. That's something that I can just speak from personal experience. I've grown up in this department, but you have to separate the conduct from the person. And we have really emphasized, because the chief, to your point, Commissioner Roy, the chief of police is the decider of discipline. The investigator is just a fact finder. They just talk to people, they gather evidence. They don't make the findings of whether or not the person did or didn't conduct misconduct. So I think as you start to see our investigative reports, you'll see that it's structured in such a way to minimize some of those things. And say for a sake of argument, something like that did exist, there's enough checks and balances that could not be, that couldn't transpire.
Commissioner, I wanted to add to that just a bit from the legal side and the structure of the ordinance. Every serious incident, which includes officer-involved shootings, incidents involving great bodily injury, officer dishonesty, those types of things, that's always going to be an independent investigator, every single time. Bias incidents can be an independent investigator if you say so, right? That you get to make that choice. So those two things, the first was always, The serious incident's always an independent investigator. Bias incidents can be. And again, that's your choice. You say it needs to be independent, the police department has to make that one independent.
The other question, I have quite a few, actually. Do you have one, Commissioner Hybels? Are you sure? We can trade off. I'm happy to wait. Okay. The other one, another question that I have is, so we're closing the investigation simply because the complainant withdraws their complaint. The policy states that they will thoroughly continue to carry on that investigation. Functionally, how does the department ensure that a thorough investigation is done if the primary witness or victim is no longer participating or is not cooperative?
Sure, and that happens sometimes. And there is, anytime a complainant or a witness that could be key to gather the needed evidence to do an investigation is not available or not willing to participate, that does create limitations. That's just a fact. But we do continue the investigation to determine if we can establish a preponderance of evidence that the officer did commit misconduct or did not commit misconduct. So we will still draw a finding from that as through our department investigation. It's going to vary case by case in terms of what that witness and or complainant, if no longer wanting to participate, would provide that we lack. But I think the important point to point out is if a complainant says, never mind, I don't want to file this complaint that I filed last week, doesn't matter. We are going to continue on in that investigation. I think some people think that we just go, oh, okay, you don't want to complain anymore. There's this misconduct that we may have uncovered, and now we're not going to investigate it. It's not a thing.
That's a really good policy because somebody could get threatened. I reported a crime one time that I witnessed, and I thought, well, I shouldn't have said anything because the defendant's going to have my name and address immediately. So, yeah, that's a good policy that you carry on whether or not they want to drop it.
I have 3 questions. Even though I have 3 pages, I have just 3 questions for you. The first one I have is, can the complaint form be separated from the compliment form? Is that something the department is going to consider?
Are you talking about electronically or the written form?
Probably more like the written form.
The written form. Yes, the written, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course it can. I mean, that's just a logistical thing. For the electronic portal, a little bit different. You do click 2 different boxes, and it goes to a interface that looks similar, but it does say compliment, and when you click complaint, it does say complaint, and it does go to the same software system, but to 2 different places.
Okay. The second question I have is, under serious conduct, it says that the chief is to be notified via the chain of command as soon as practicable. What is practicable? If it's a serious conduct violation, shouldn't it be handled a little bit more seriously? So I was just trying to see what that means when you say practicable.
You're going to see the word practicable a lot in policy review. That basically means ASAP, as soon as you possibly can. Absent some justification, it means immediately. But with something like a serious incident or some type of rapidly evolving law enforcement incident, there could be reasons why, hey, I couldn't call you right away, chief, and I called you 10 minutes later. But soon as practicable is basically
ASAP?
ASAP.
Okay. And the last one has to do, I read where under the administrative investigation that a member can record their interview when they're being interviewed by Internal Affairs. They can bring their own recording. I think I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Does the department keep that member's recording, or do they take it back with them?
The subject officer and or their representative or attorney, no, I do not believe. We are not, we cannot compel them to give us a copy of that.
Okay.
They're recording, right? You're talking about.
Of course, we are recording, of course.
Our recording, we are recording.
Right, but this is, in the policy, it said the member is allowed to bring their own recording. So that's
they can record it themselves.
Right. So I was just asking, do they take it back with them? But you're saying they do.
They do, yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
I just have one as to complainants or victims of it. how does PD utilize trauma-informed practices so that if someone is fearful or is worried or, you know, doesn't want to feel coerced, doesn't want to be re-traumatized, could you tell me what the practices are for that fact finder to investigate and speak with the complainant or witnesses or victims or as such?
You're talking about for a complainant? Yes. So, well, first, officers, we do receive trauma-informed training. So to identify those indicators, the way to talk to complainants and or victims of crime, it's not, you know, not too dissimilar. It's a little bit different. Another thing I would want to point out is it is not uncommon for us to allow complainants to attend interviews with internal affairs with an advocate or a representative. I don't necessarily think we're legally required to do that. We have never, as a practice, never really precluded anyone from doing that if there's no safety concerns or anything like that. So that's been very helpful for us in the past. I think that explaining the process to complainants and explain to them that this is all being recorded and explaining what will happen next and those type of things are something that we train our internal affairs investigators to do, and I think they do a pretty good job. We don't generally get complaints during complaints, if that makes sense. We are, in the past, in a paper system, have always been pretty responsive to complainants. Sometimes people will call back and say, hey, I forgot some things, I want to add some things, and we're always usually pretty receptive to that. So we don't encounter that too much, but I think we do a pretty good job when it comes to making people feel comfortable when they've made that decision to come. We also go to their place. If they don't feel comfortable to come to the police department, internal affairs investigators will go to complainants' homes or different places they'd like to meet. So just some different things.
So I have a question. So I understand that that we will make a recommendation. That POAC will make a recommendation to the chief, and the chief has the final say. And we don't get to know which way the chief went. Could we have an aggregate, say at the end of the year, where we made 50 recommendations and the chief followed them, 80% of the time or 90% of the time or something like that?
I mean, I don't think that's for me to answer. Presumably, yes. You as a commission could do that, or work with a POAC secretary to compile that. I don't think it would be a bad idea. But again, I don't think it would be for me to dictate what you should do.
I think it's fine. I mean, I think it would be a collaboration because you all are looking most closely at the recommendations, right, and would be able to track which are being incorporated into the final policy. And which are not. So I think the police department and the secretary can collaborate on that. I know that you all know this because we've discussed it, but there are some policies that are going to come before you that are very strictly subject to California Department of Justice oversight, right? So there's not as much, nobody here, the POAC, the police department, anybody else has much latitude on those. So the hit rate and the success of recommendations in changing those is going to be lower than for homegrown policies of which we have more latitude. But yeah, I'm certainly happy to have staff work with the police department to report out on an annual basis of the number of recommendations that were accepted.
I want to point out as well, Chair Lewis, that the policies that the chief ultimately approves are public records, and they are posted on the police department's website. I don't see any reason why, if you wanted us to do that, we couldn't bring you a copy of them after they're approved.
Okay.
I just have one last question. So I know that the DOJ settlement requires that VPD evaluate its bias-based policing using RIPA data. So under policy 1011, how is the RIPA data, liners in, when assessing complaints of racial or identity profiling, how is that data being used and analyzed and assessed as part of this process?
Not as heavy in this policy, the personnel complaints policy, because that addresses a specific way that we deal with personnel complaints. We have a bias-free policing policy that we worked extensively with California DOJ on that does outline a lot of those analyses that we do through RIPA stop data. The department does an annual RIPA stop data report where we look at disparities and we look at the data in terms of who and why we've stopped different individuals. That is a evolving report. I think we started back in 2023, maybe 22, 23. We just published the 2024 report. We're working actively on the 2025 report. That report is getting better and better each year in terms of looking at a variety of different benchmarkings. Because the easy benchmark when you talk about stop data is population benchmarking, which is easy, but it's a little bit simplistic and it doesn't tell the full context and the full story. So we're looking at different, in addition to population benchmarking, we're looking at different benchmarking abilities. Again, a little bit off of from what this policy does, but we're doing an extensive amount of work with RIPA stop data.
Okay, do you want to revisit your motion?
I just have one more question. What is meant by improper language? I don't see the word profanity. Does that include profanity? And if so, should it be listed in there? That's in under 1011.1 under purpose and scope.
Can you ask the first part of your question? I did not hear what you said.
So what is meant by the term improper language? I don't see profanity reference in there. Does that include profanity?
I would say it would include profanity. What section are you looking at again?
It was under 1011.1, I believe, and I might have misstated it, but it's in there, something about improper language.
Improper language can be a variety of things. I think it is open-ended for a reason, because that is ultimately at the discretion of the chief of police. If you used improper language, it can be profanity, it can be the way in which you talk to someone, it can be the way in which you said something, it can be a variety of things that can be that.
Okay, is that something that can, well, it's a suggestion, but I'll put it out there anyway. Can that be listed specifically in terms of tone, improper use of foul language, or however you want to put it? Because that's kind of a vague term when you say improper language.
It is. It's a little bit of a vague term because it's when it talks about the personnel complaints policy and how, different complaints or investigations can result. There's another policy that complements the personnel complaints policy, which is called the Standards of Conduct Policy, Policy 321. That talks about all of the different things that you are not supposed to do. That really triggers, it feeds into the personnel complaints policy. That's a public policy on our website, easy to look at it. When you talk about improper language, it gives a laundry list of different things that could be considered improper language.
Thank you. Okay, so I can reintroduce my motion. Thank you. So I make the motion to continue this discussion at a special meeting the week of April 20th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Speak into the mic.
I'm sorry, did we have a proposed date already?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Did we have a proposed date already for the special?
We don't. We would poll you all to find a date.
Okay.
Chair Lewis,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sykes,
Yes.
Commissioner Qualls,
Yes.
Commissioner Yoon,
Yes.
Commissioner Roy,
Yes.
Commissioner Hybels,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark. Yes. All right, the motion carries unanimously.
So that week is either April 20th, that Monday, or Wednesday, the 22nd. I'm thinking of the dates during that week.
Sorry, are you proposing some dates? Okay.
Yes. Yes, I'm proposing some dates.
Okay, I mean, we can do a poll right here and now if you would, live in real time. Vice Chair Sykes has proposed April 20th Can we just, I'll go down the row to see if people are available. Commissioner Qualls? Yes. I assume Vice Chair Sykes?
Yes.
Okay. Chair Lewis?
Yes.
All right, this is great so far. Commissioner Yoon?
Yes.
Awesome. Commissioner Roy?
Yes.
Commissioner Hybels?
Yes.
And Commissioner Clark? Woohoo! That was the easiest scheduling process. Good point. Assistant City Attorney Reisner is reminding me that we need to confirm that we've got a space for that meeting, so we will need to figure that out. But I'll find that out. If for some reason we don't, then we'll come back and pull you from some additional dates.
Do we have a date when the packet and the agenda has to be in?
We publish it a week prior, so that would
Okay.
be the 13th.
Okay, thank you.
The 20th is the special council meeting budget study session.
Yes, sorry. Could we do it in the Vallejo room?
That's in the Vallejo.
Oh, could we do it here then? Yeah. So Manny, person on the spot, is saying that there is a special council meeting, which is a budget workshop on that evening, but that's actually going to happen in the Vallejo room, and so it appears that council chambers is available for that evening.
Oh, it is available. Okay, thanks. And April 13th is the packet in the agenda, correct? Or you can do it, I think it's at 20, is it 48 or 72 hours? Or
Well, we've been trying to do it a full week in advance.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so on the 20th is 6:30?
It's at 20th at 6:30, yes.
Okay, so we're finally done with item A. I'd like to circle back and recognize Councilmember Ledeju. Okay. So, so staff, would you please introduce item B?
So, action item 10B is review and adopt a resolution providing advice and recommendations on new police department policies, 1036 facial coverings, and 1037 visible display of identification. And this is the first time we're potentially getting to the recommendations phase, and just to reiterate what Assistant City Attorney Reisner mentioned, the process through which we do this is you all, if you're ready to make a recommendation tonight, whatever point you're ready to make a recommendation, you all have a dialogue to determine what that recommendation is going to be, and we edit the resolution live, and then you vote on that amended resolution that contains your recommendation. So with that, I'll let, I don't know if you want to have the staff presentation first, do you want to take public comment first? What would you prefer?
Well, let's take public comment if there's any.
Through the chair, I went ahead and started a 2-minute timer for interested parties to sign up for this item. As of that moment, I didn't have any speakers, but I do have one now. Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, thanks again. I think this issue has just come up because of the what's going on with the federal Department of Justice and ICE, because this is the best practices has always been in police departments for more and more identification. For badge numbers, for names, for business cards, that police vehicles all have specific numbers assigned. So I'm assuming that the only reason this has come up is because of this new development with the federal ICE department. But historically, like I said, more identification has always been best practices. So I can't say enough how opposed I am, and history will back me up, that the officers are incognito in any contact with the public. Thank you.
You. One more speaker, Muir Wood. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just like to mention or to comment that if this is not already a department policy, then therefore it should be absolutely adopted that officers, as the prior speaker mentioned, are fully identifiable through badge number, name, no face covering, camera on. Yes, I'm assuming, I think like the last caller, that this is already department policy. And maybe we should clarify that first. And if not already part of department policy, then it should absolutely be adopted that officers are absolutely identifiable in their contact with the public, openly identifiable in their contact with the public. Thank you.
Through the chair, no other speakers at this time.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions?
I got one. If I read correctly, officers can wear the N95 mask or whatever the ones we wore in COVID, whenever they want. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah. Is there a point in the policy you wanted me to look at specifically?
Well, I'm not worried about it, but I note that that'd be kind of a nice workaround if somebody wanted to not show their face and so forth. But I'm not terribly concerned about it, and I don't imagine you can tell somebody not to wear one if they think they should for their health reasons.
Yes, so a facial covering in this policy is defined as an opaque mask, garment, helmet, headgear, or other item that conceals or obscures the facial identity of an individual, not to limit, including but not limited to a balaclava, a tactical mask, some type of gaiter mask, a ski mask, or similar items. What this policy says is that if an officer is using an N95 mask for purposes of specifically, to prevent against toxins, gas, smoke, inclement weather, things like that, that wouldn't apply. You would be violating the policy, but that would be for a specific purpose. If those, to your point, Commissioner Hybels, if those conditions that didn't exist in which you needed to be wearing that, then yes, you potentially could be violating a policy.
I want to point out another section of the policy, 1036.3C addresses that. So they can wear breathing apparatus or N95 masks if applicable law applies in some occupational health and safety situation.
One other question. I read a fascinating story in the New York Times recently about two gentlemen in the Carolinas that chased a guy down doing 90 miles an hour, shot him to death, and he was friends with people in the police department, and they determined that was self-defense. But came out in the article that a senior officer could authorize an officer to turn off his body camera. I don't think we have such policy here, do we?
Sorry, I don't have that policy in front of me, but I do not believe we have that in our policy, no.
Could you tell me what facial coverings that are part of the normal course, obviously swap masks and items like that, but what type of face coverings are general or typical, just to explain to the layperson a potential as equipment?
Yeah, so in the policy, it gives a few examples that I think are pretty good. A translucent face shield or clear mask. Sometimes in crowd control situations, you'll see officers have a helmet with that little clear device. Sometimes they have them that are also very thick and have ballistic protection. That would be another example. Some type of COVID compliant mask, like the Commissioner Hybels was talking about, something to prevent the transmission of disease, either from the officer if they're sick or from a person they're encountering. It would not preclude an officer from wearing a mask, helmet, or device included but not limited to self-contained breathing apparatus. Sometimes in SWAT scenarios, they deploy chemical agents, so they have to wear a gas mask. This is the common term to call it.
I don't mean to interrupt, but let me clarify. Are these items that we VPD currently use and have in our possession?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, yes, definitely could be. The last one is a motorcycle helmet. When worn, sometimes it will obscure parts of the face, so that wouldn't be considered facial coverings. And of course, an officer can wear eye protection, whether it be clear eye protection, sunglasses, things like that. So that would not be considered facial coverings under this policy.
Would you generally say this policy would be an issue if officers are officers at any time or generally wearing face coverings right now? I know it's part of the policy, but I'm assuming that's prohibited in general.
Yeah, before COVID, this is never something we even saw or thought about, really.
And
other than in a tactical scenario, is part of there's a term called balaclava. So that's the full mask that covers the head. That has Nomex. So then if there is a flash protection or fire protection, sometimes those are worn in law enforcement. But in a normal everyday law enforcement, where you're interacting with the community, facial coverings isn't something in municipal law enforcement we see too much. During COVID we did, which was kind of an anomaly. To the caller's point, the policy we're going to talk about after the visual identification, we already have a policy for that. That's already been required. Facial coverings, we didn't really have a policy for it because it wasn't an issue pre-COVID. We actually had to have policies so that officers did have to wear facial coverings, so kind of the opposite. So, but both of these, and I didn't get to give my presentation, so I'll just say very briefly that these two policies are brand new. They are being proposed to you all based upon what the Lexipol software is suggesting we say. So we have full ability to make changes that don't violate state law. And they both come out of two separate Senate bills that now say, even if you did have a policy, you have to have a specific policy that addresses facial coverings and visual identification. So we have to comply with those state laws.
And so this policy, sorry, I know you said you didn't get a chance to give your presentation, but does this policy, all of the language in this policy is from the state? This is not developed by the VPD?
Yes and no. So we contract with Lexipol that does, tens of thousands of law enforcement agencies throughout the country that helps have consistent standard policies, but every agency has its own ability to modify, change, and cater the policy to its agency. So I think the policy language is rooted in state law, but the way that it's worded and the phrasing is just what's being proposed by Lexipol. We do not have to, we are not being required to take word for word. If we wanted to have it say something a little bit different, we could, as long as it didn't obviously violate state law.
Okay. And right at the end of 1036.3, there's a reference to supervisor documenting the necessity of facial coverings in a report. Anytime that there's an exemption made or an approval made for a facial covering, would that report be able to be made public, or is that something that would be as part of the PSD monthly report or anything like that?
That's probably not something that is part of the PSD monthly report. I don't think that would really fit into there. But again, this might be Randy Risner. That does sound like something that would be a public record that per Public Records Act could be requested.
Just off the top of my head, it looks like it would be.
Seems like it on face value.
Cool. Thanks.
I have a couple of questions. This is under 1036.3 as number D. Protection of identity during prosecution processing. Is that when you're protecting the identity of officers, what is it called, an in-camera section or something similar to that, or is that something totally different?
It could be a variety of things. You could have we don't have this too much here, but there could be the remote possibility that you have an undercover officer has worked under an undercover capacity for an extended period of time, maybe still is an undercover capacity, and might have to be brought into some type of proceeding in closed chambers. I can't think of a very good, this probably wouldn't happen very often, I guess is my point, but it's not a bad thing to have in the policy. I mean, if there was something that necessitated something like that, I think it could be appropriate.
Okay. And then the 45-day on this one, you have that date available?
Say that again?
The date, the 45-day. There's a 45-day response to this, or is this one due by July 1st? Which?
I guess that's a question maybe for the POAC secretary in terms of or maybe Randy, what are we using for the date? Are we using the date from the date of today's meeting, or are we using it from when we post it?
It's usually the date that we submit it to, it is the date that we submit it to the POAC. So I would say that it's submitted to the POAC on the date that they actually see it, which is today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
45 days is Sunday, May 24th, I think.
So is there anything else on this item?
There was no questions about, through the chair, there was no questions about the visual identification policy. The only thing I was going to say is that's also sparked by another state Senate bill.
I think we're going to wait on that. I think that's where it's.
I thought it's all one item.
Oh, is that one item?
There are two in the same item.
Oh,
Right, and I will point out that policy 1036, the facial covering policy, has to be adopted and posted on the department's website by July 1st, 2026. And the visual display of identification policy, 1037, was actually supposed to have been posted on the website by January 1st of 2026. We do. There are two different resolutions, one for each policy, so you could make separate recommendations.
Well, I guess the question that I have is, so we're not taking any action tonight? So we're just receiving the policy?
So that's a decision of
that has to be
the
an action,
commission.
That's a decision of the commission. If you can take action tonight, or you can
You can continue it, you could do
Correct.
either. Somebody would need to make a motion in relation to either of those.
I don't have issues with the policy as is.
Okay, through the chair, as their police liaison, can I just speak up real quick? We had proposed we were going to do 4 policies tonight, but again, due to the complaints policy, we just cut it down to 2. This one is going to be about as basic as you're going to get. When you start talking about policy revisions, we're probably going to have more discussion. Just from use of your time, efficiency of your time, I just want to identify that these are going to be kind of the most basic ones, especially when it's a new policy. You guys can say, hey, on page 2, I'd rather it say this instead of that. We can take those recommendations as well, but just kind of wanted to, as you evaluate your time use, we have more policies to go, I guess.
So on this one, on the facial policy, there didn't seem to be, you did clarify very clearly on some of the comments, so I would make a motion to go ahead and accept this policy.
So if I may, there are the format that we use for these is the city attorney's office has prepared a resolution that's in your packet, page 84, that gives you 3 different options to kind of streamline the resolution process. One of those options is the POAC hereby recommends that the policy presented to the commission attached as Exhibit A be implemented by the Chief of Police without changes. So you could make a motion like that. The other options are recommends it with the following changes. That's when you would have discussion and make some specific recommendations. And a third option is POAC hereby recommends that the policy attached here to ... not be recommended. So if you would like, you can make a motion specific to that. It sounds like your motion would be hereby recommends that the policy presented be implemented without changes.
And I second it.
Oh, okay. Let me pick up my pen then.
I did see that, so.
Okay, sounds good. So 10B, we're talking about the facial coverings. And we've got moved by Vice Chair Sykes.
And what I will do, Chair Lewis, is prepare a final version of the reso with your signature on it and send it to you for signing.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Qualls?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sykes.
Yes.
Chair Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Yoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Roy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hybels.
Yes.
And Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries unanimously.
So moving on to item C.
We actually have one other policy.
We're not-
The visible display of identification, 1037.
Through the chair, would you like me to give a presentation, a brief
Yes,
presentation on this? Okay, the visual display of identification policy. So again, this policy was also sparked from a 2025 California Senate bill, different than the one about facial coverings. So it requires us as a law enforcement agency to have our personnel display visible identification to include their agency name and either a name or badge number. In our case, we already require the name of the agency on our patches, our badge that has a number, and a name tag. So this is a practice that we already engage in, but this policy does indicate that there's some limited exceptions that are listed in that policy. And we are being asked to adopt this policy. Again, the law said California law agencies must adopt a compliant policy and post it to their website no later than January 1st, 2026. Agencies that adopt this policy are exempt from the provisions of Penal Code 13654, and provided that they publicly post this policy, this written policy, in accordance with the Government Code 7288. So I did, on the packet, I attached not only the proposed new policy, Lexipol also provides release notes, kind of like cliff notes of what the kind of the thought process is and what it is that they're adding and why in your packet. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
DC Knight, just for clarification, could you show us again exactly what the identifying items are? I know you pointed to them, but I just want I want us to be clear on what they are, or is determined to be the identification of an officer in the uniform.
Yes, so the wool uniform I have on is going to be required to have Vallejo police patches on both shoulders, a badge that has your badge number. In my case, it's my initials, Deputy Chief, but everybody else has a badge number. Designate your rank and that you are police, and a name tag. Officers who wear a utility uniform, sometimes the name, their physical name is embroidered on there, and the badge is embroidered still with the patches. Also, you'll see some officers who wear that exterior vest carrier that zips up, but they are still required. They actually have a police patch on the back. They're required to wear 2 shoulder insignias that indicate Vallejo Police, a name tag, and a badge. Usually it's embroidered as well. So similar, a little bit different setups, but still required to do those things.
I know if an officer has fallen, we put stripes over those identifications. Is there a specific way that the stripe, that I've seen some officers wear black stripes over their badge or their patch in observance? Is there a specific way that they are so that it does not, I don't know, obscure the badge number or obscure the name? And I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, I think that's a good reason why there's two forms of identification, because that thin black band, when officers are killed in line of duty, there is no way of preventing it from slightly obscuring the number in the middle. But per our bias-free policing policy, if a person asks for an officer's badge number, they're required to give their badge number. But also, you're going to have your name tag over here that's going to say your name. Usually, that's what people identify the best is, especially in the embroidered uniforms, you can say it pretty large. So yeah, you're going to have 2 shots to be able to see that, and the officer would be required to identify themselves.
And what would be the reprimand if someone were to violate this?
It would be a policy violation, and we would go off of the corrective action guidelines. We would look at the officer's history. We would hold a potentially disciplinary review panel. So it would vary depending on the facts and circumstances of the case, the officer's history, and things like that.
Okay.
I had a question, DC Knight, just about I'm sure this is just legalese, but just about the definition of enforcement duties, and I'm just going to read it just for the public. So, in the policy, it says, whenever performing enforcement duties, every officer shall visibly display identification. Enforcement duties are defined as active and planned operations involving the arrest or detention of an individual or deployment for crowd control purposes. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that police officers do that doesn't fall under that definition of enforcement duties, traffic stops, knocking on doors, following up on calls. Am I misreading? I know this is a simple policy you're saying, but is there something missing here in the policy just about sort of more 9-to-5 duties of officers and the display of,
Can you point to me in the section you're talking about? I thought I saw it, but then you read some things that I didn't see.
So under definitions, 103.7.1.1, the definitions related to this policy include, I guess it's on page.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah. So enforcement duties are listed as active and planned operations involving the arrest or detention of an individual or deployment for crowd control purposes. And that feels like a very narrow definition of when an officer would be expected to have their identification displayed. Am I wrong about that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But I think the operative word is active and planned operations. I think what they're trying to delineate is not unplanned, right? You were in the office, didn't have your vest on, and you had to run out and do something. That would be considered unplanned. But this policy is specific to while engaged in enforcement activities. Like I said, this is already in our uniform policy, so our uniform policy requires these things as part of your regular uniform. But that could be a recommendation from the commission if they want something to be defined a different way or to include other things, verbiage.
Yeah, I get it, but you're saying like the more sort of standard routine, a traffic stop, for instance, wouldn't fall under arresting or the detention of an individual.
Well, a traffic stop would be a planned detention. That's literally the definition. Would be I'm planning to detain this person because they committed a traffic violation.
To detain that well, okay, yeah. Are you detaining somebody to pull somebody? You're
Yes,
detaining them in that.
That's literally a detention. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The question I have is to Commissioner Yoon's point. Is there a reason, or is it not appropriate to list what the consequences or the reprimand would be by not having the badge or the name visibly displayed?
Yes, so that's when you get into the personnel complaints policy and policy 321 standards of conduct. So those are, you don't, to every individual policy that you'll see, some do on very rare occasions, but it's going to be for a specific reason. But the consequences of violating that policy and or the standards of conduct that policy addresses, if that makes sense, is addressed in the standards of conduct policy. So most of your discipline results from the standards of conduct. You guys have all seen the corrective action guidelines. You see 321, 321, 320, there's a variety, many subsections of 321. That's where you draw most of your misconduct policy violations.
So without going into the entire policy, and this is just a question, would it make sense to reference that policy if it's saying, if the policy is violated, see, number whatever? I'm just asking.
Yeah, I mean, you probably have to do that hundreds of times.
I understand.
And that's actually, I think, I'm not positive, but I think when the policy manual is set up in the very beginning, it outlines that. And the standards of conduct policy talks about the parameters of discipline, that it can be resulting from any good cause or any violation of any policies within this policy manual or within the policy manual of the standards of conduct. So there's some general language in there, but we don't reference back the standards of conduct for every single policy.
Yeah, okay. That was just a clarifying question.
Good
Thank
question.
you.
I have a question. In the event that an individual can't read or can't identify the name tag, is it required for you guys to be able to identify yourself if asked? If a person says, okay, well, I can't read your badge or I can't see it, well, who are you?
Yes.
And, I've had situations where it's on the badge, read it, right? And then the individual doesn't have the opportunity to know who's arresting them.
Yes.
So is it required for you guys to identify yourselves as well?
Yes. Yes, and I mean, depending on the nature of the contact, I mean, if the person legitimately can't read it, right, can't read it, that's one thing. Sometimes those are the instances you're talking about can be adversarial contacts, but if you don't, if you refuse to identify yourself because you're in an adversarial conduct, that's also going to likely be a violation of conduct unbecoming, which is a violation of our standards of conduct. So yes, if you are declining or refusing to identify yourself, it's going to violate several policies.
Sorry, just to go over the reprimands again. As we're kind of understanding and learning what the reprimand types are, would you just explain to us what a typical reprimand would be if they were to violate this policy? I think it would help us to understand exactly how the categories and how you apply them as we're kind of understanding the process.
Yeah, and that's gonna vary widely, but I can say hypothetically and in general, if someone forgot to wear their name tag and it fell off or it broke and they went out and worked patrol and were found, or a person complained that I tried to look at this officer, maybe I didn't ask their badge, their name, but I couldn't see it and I saw they didn't have their name tag, and they go, oh yeah, and they did violate the policy. That could just be a counseling. That could be a counseling memo. Maybe what if this officer, somebody complained they weren't wearing their badge was kind of obscured and they didn't have a name tag on. This is the fourth time or the third time that they've done it. And then you're talking suspension, minimally a letter of reprimand. There can be progressive discipline. So the discipline is progressive, and it really depends on the facts and circumstances of the encounter and the allegations and the officer's history, if there's anything that has been shown to be kind of an aggregating factor, if you will. So this isn't really a very high-level violation of this policy. If it's just a, oops, I made a mistake type of thing. But if it were to happen continuously or over, you could go progressive discipline. And really, I mean, any policy, really, if it happened enough times, say this happened 20 times, it could include up to including termination. I mean, really, so, does that make sense?
No, and I think that's helpful for us in context to really understand the process and how you guys determine what the reprimand is. Because we can refer to the policy all we want, but I think putting it in context for us is really helpful. So thank you.
So is there any more comment on this item? Is there any public comment?
Not at this time, Chair.
Is there a motion?
Well, I guess the question is there anyone who would like to hold this off, just as a discussion, not on a motion yet, but is there a reason or anyone wants to defer this item? Okay, so I make a motion we adopt the resolution and policy as is.
I second it.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Commissioner Qualls? Yes. Vice Chair Sykes?
Yes.
Chair Lewis? Yes. Commissioner Yoon?
Yes.
Commissioner Roy?
Yes.
Commissioner Hybels?
Yes.
And Commissioner Clark? All right, the motion carries unanimously.
Congratulations to us. We just submitted 2 recommendations. Can we just say our first 2? So.
Thank you for acknowledging.
I think we should acknowledge, yeah.
We're getting there.
Would staff please introduce the next item C?
Yes, item C, adopt a resolution establishing an ad hoc subcommittee of the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission, POAC, and appointment of members thereto to review and provide input to the full commission on the qualified responses to the request for qualifications, RFQ, for assigned attorney pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code Section 18.03030B and 18.03.030C.
Yes. This is an item that the commission asked us to bring back. There is a resolution to appoint the members to the ad hoc committee to review the responses to the RFQ. You can appoint up to 3. I put 2 spaces in, but you can appoint up to 3. It's up to you.
Oh, thank you. You must have known I was going to ask you that question, huh? Are there any comments about this item? This is I believe this is the attorney.
Right, for the
attorney.
independent attorney.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So let's open public comment on this issue.
Thank you. Through the chair, we do have 2 speakers on this item in person. First speaker, Sana S., followed by Robert Scheusel. And then online, we have 1 speaker currently.
Okay, Sana F., you do not want to make a public comment?
Let me say that staff hasn't done due diligence in their search for an independent auditor and lawyer. And if I could find different kinds of organizations and things in a very short period of time, why did staff limit their search for independent lawyers to a few law firms? And why haven't they shared the letters that they're using and the places that it was sent to? And I have 2 specific concerns. I feel the current search is woefully inadequate. And let me read a quote from the last agenda item. The city attorney's office, and I put the word only, sent a request for qualifications to numerous law firms who provide legal services to California cities and public agencies. And this search needs to be extended and the timeline extended for a while so that other sources of referrals can be contacted. And as I said, I did a quick search. I was able to find all kinds of different organizations, and I sent a note to the committee, and I hope it gets posted also. And I'm requesting that the chair have this subcommittee contact these sources. Secondly, my other concern, it may not be politically correct, but I think the city's attorney's office should recuse itself for the search of an independent lawyer due to perceived conflicts of interest. Allegations have been made about the city's attorney's office that have direct relevance to POAC. It has been reported that there are ongoing investigations regarding these matters. And I realize that the POAC ordinance indicates that the city's attorney's office has a role in the search for a lawyer, but in light of the serious nature of the allegations, the city's attorney's office should not be involved in any way in this search. How do you expect the public to have any faith that the process will be unbiased if the city's attorney's office has any say in the selection process? So I hope that this subcommittee gets the city's attorney's office to agree and to hands off and let POAC choose their own lawyer. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 speakers online. Next speaker, Muir Wood. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to wholeheartedly agree with the prior speaker's comments, and I would really urge the commission to look critically at the city attorney's role in this search for an independent attorney. I would support the prior speaker's comments regarding recusal, regarding potential conflict of interest, and I would urge the commission to ensure that there is a comprehensive and robust search for an independent attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our final public speaker on this item at this time, Carol Heap. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yeah, I want to support the positions and arguments of the two prior speakers that, first of all, I think we need to slow down. You need to get it right. Like you've said earlier, this commission just started meeting in January. It's a very short period of time to accomplish, to set your goals so quickly. And several of you have pointed to the fact that in order to get things right, we do need to slow down and make sure everybody understands the process, reviews the documents, and whatever else, make sure they understand what they're doing. And I appreciate commissioners' willingness to accept responsibility that there's a learning curve here. And certainly in hiring an attorney, you need the proper advice and you need outreach that goes beyond what you call government employees to other sources of legal backgrounds of potential attorneys. So yeah, let's slow this process down. There's no hurry here. We want to expedite, but we don't want to make mistakes in the process. And that's what happens when you move too quickly. So let's expand the scope. Also, I do agree that there is a lot of documented controversy concerning our current city attorney. And just for transparency purposes, which has come up, that word has come up several times tonight, we need to recuse her from the process, if for no other reason, for the appearance of objectivity in making these outreach and selection process. So thank you very much for your time.
Through the chair, that's all the speakers on this item at this time.
Thank you.
So at this time, are there any comments from any of the commissioners on this topic?
I'll volunteer to be on the first one for the attorney.
Okay.
Could I just ask to explain kind of the process of how an RFQ works so we can understand what the expectation is and then where we specifically fit in the evaluation, please?
Sure. The RFQ is actually very simple. It's a request for qualifications. It's distinguished from an RFP, which is a request for proposals. This is a request for qualifications. So it's the laundry list of items that are qualifiers that are in the ordinance, right? I don't remember how many there are, but there are several in there. And then a request for them to let us know if they meet those requirements and send your resume so that we know what kind of background you have. That's all it is. And so all of those resumes would come to this subcommittee for review and recommendation, which is how the ordinance works. You provide a recommendation, or actually I think it's advice and input is what the ordinance says, the exact words. You provide advice and input to the city attorney, my boss, and then ultimately she makes the decision based upon what advice and input that you give her.
Now, for everyone who does submit for the RFQ, are we seeing all of them, or will the city attorney?
No, we'll give them all to you. Absolutely.
And then how does the ad hoc fit into kind of the commission?
So the way I would suggest the ad hoc work is that you review all of the qualifications or the resumes, and then you call the list down. I don't know how many we'll get. I can tell you that we sent that RFQ out to as many firms as we could find. I think there's 37 of them on the list right now. If there are other people you want us to send it to, I'm happy to send it if you will just send me the names. So what I would suggest is that the ad hoc committee go through those resumes, make a decision on which ones you would like to recommend that the full body consider, and then bring those back to the full body. That way, the full body doesn't have to sit and wade through hopefully a dozen different resumes and qualifications.
Now, when looking at, or for the RFQ, now we're talking about the firms, have you requested a specific type of attorney? Are you asking for partners? Are you asking for associates?
No, we have
So
not.
it's-
We're looking for the attorneys who fit the qualifications that are within the ordinance. They may have one, they may have several, it's possible, depends on the firm.
So who will make the final decision?
The final decision pursuant to the ordinance is made by the city attorney.
So you said there is a list of, did you say 37?
I believe it's 37, yeah. I have
Okay.
the list. I'm happy to share that if you
Okay,
like.
so with LinkedIn and NACO and
Those
other-
aren't typically places that law firms would go and look for these particular documents. This is a very specialized type of work, and so it's going to come out of a limited number of law firms in California.
So that's where your
That's
search
what
starts?
I pointed at. And we try to keep it relatively close because I think you'd like for that person to show up in person once in a while rather than try and do everything by Zoom. So that limits the firms further. There are some from Southern California who have clients here that we've asked to participate in the RFQ, but we've tried to limit it where it was going to be possible for people to show up at your meetings.
I'm sorry, could you tell us the timeline? Has the RFQ deadline passed already?
No, it's,
Okay.
we gave them 30 days, and I don't remember what the exact date is off the top of my head. It's next month sometime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, so if I'm understanding, so volunteers for this ad hoc committee? Okay, we have Commissioner Hybels, Commissioner Yoon. Anyone else?
Okay.
For the attorney one? This is for the attorney. Oh. Commissioner Roy, were you interested in this one?
You need three?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay,
Could be
yes.
2 or 3.
We'll do
whatever
3.
you guys want.
We'll do 3.
Yes, I will volunteer.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have Commissioner Yoon, Commissioner Roy, and Commissioner Hybels for this subcommittee, ad hoc
Got it.
subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, same as the other resolution, Chair Lewis, I'll send you a final with a signature block for you to sign.
Okay. Dr.
Yeah, well, you should vote on it, yes, I'm sorry. You're going to adopt a resolution appointing the 3 individuals to the ad hoc committee.
I'll second. Can I second my own volunteering?
Was there a motion?
No, there has to be one made.
Okay.
So I make a motion that Commissioner Hybels, Commissioner Roy, and Commissioner Yoon be appointed to the ad hoc committee for the search and review of the independent counsel for the POAC.
And you're adopting a resolution, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
adopting the resolution. Thank you for that.
Do we have a second?
Here. You said a second, right? Yeah.
Sorry, was that
Second
It sounds
Clark.
like a second from Commissioner Clark.
Commissioner Clark? Commissioner Qualls?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sykes? Chair Lewis?
Yes.
Commissioner Yoon?
Yes.
Commissioner Roy?
Yes.
Commissioner Hybels?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
All right, motion carries unanimously.
Through the chair. So I want to make a couple of statements because I think it's really important, and I thank Attorney Reisner for answering some of the questions around the RFQ process, the request for information process. And there was a final statement made according to policy that the city attorney makes the final decision. What is the basis of that? I think this, and I want to say this, I think this is very important when we're making statements and how we come through and explain why things are so, not just because policy says, but there really is a process that gets to a place where the city attorney is making that decision.
Sure.
And the city attorney is not solely making that decision. And I think when we talk about this body, it is so, and we know the tension that lies between what is seen as accountability, what is seen as transparency, and the need to build trust. And while we hold all of this over here, we also have to balance what we're responsible to do from a bureaucracy perspective. And so I think it's really important when we say, oh, the city attorney has the final say. Yes, it's there in the ordinance, but how does the city attorney get to that final say?
Sure.
Right? So could you please talk about that?
Of course, and I thought I did, Councilmember, and I apologize if I wasn't clear. So the ordinance has a process for selecting who the attorney is, and it can be either someone from the city attorney's office, this pursuant to the ordinance. It could be someone who is from an outside law firm. It can be a combination of the two. That process then comes to the commission to give input and advice to the city attorney to determine who to hire for the position, regardless of where they come from. The city attorney then considers that advice and input and makes a decision. That the decision is signing the contract, basically. That's the person that's authorized to sign that contract.
Okay. So basically what's happening is you have just decided to have a subcommittee. That subcommittee, as you stated, will see every request for proposal that comes in.
Yes.
They're going to rank it. There's a way that we have to go through that process legally, right?
It's an RFQ, so they don't. So it's
Okay.
It's different.
So they're going to go through it, look at it, and write 100 notes and make suggestions of however many you choose. These are the individuals that we want to have considered for this position. It's not a lone decision made by the city attorney. Thank you.
Correct. That's right.
And this is really important. This is why I'm standing here. This committee is giving direction to the city attorney who they would like to have for their independent attorney. And because they don't have the authority to let a contract,
Correct.
we need to use the city attorney's office to let that contract based on your documentation, all of your conversation, and the subcommittee will come back to the full committee and talk about why they are suggesting X, Y, and Z, and you can have a host of questions to ask around that. There is a way also that all of those proposals that come in, those are public documents. Everyone in the city of Vallejo and whomever else chooses to look at them should be able to see all that information, correct?
Absolutely. In fact, we put specifically into the RFQ, we let everyone know who's responding. These are public documents, and they will be available to the public to look
Okay.
at.
So it is a very public process, but in order to have the contract by law, our city attorney is the one who will enter into the contract so that you, this commission, can have its independent attorney based on your voice and who you are choosing. I just want to make that really clear because we know the process, right, in government, but we need to help the community understand we can't go into a contract without our city attorney doing the work and signing it. And this is very important. But you will be talking about, through all of your notes and discussions and so forth and on, saying this is who we want. This is our choice. So I just want to be really clear about that for the community to understand that our city attorney, Neb, is not choosing this independent attorney. Thank you.
Through the chair, so based on what Dr. Letterju just said, is there somewhere on the contract where the the subcommittee members, and I'm just asking a question because I don't know, would sign to ensure or not? You're shaking your head, no.
Because none of you have any power to contract.
Okay.
And that's why.
But I'm asking this in terms of how do we, and the community may ask, so I'm playing kind of like devil's advocate. The community may ask, okay, did any of the ad hoc subcommittee members sign on this and where is their signature? It may not be on the contract, but there should be something attached to the contract saying this has been carefully reviewed and vetted through.
Sure. You're going to have a public meeting where you consider the recommendations of the ad hoc committee, and that's going to be in the record, whatever the recommendation is.
Okay.
Right? So it will be in the public record, definitely.
I just want to make sure. Okay.
And then the contract itself, depending on the dollar amount, but I'm expecting that contract itself would need to ultimately go to council for its ultimate approval, because I think it's going to be more than the threshold amount that the city attorney is authorized to sign under.
So for public record, is that based on what's being recorded or something else? I just want to get clarification.
You mean the record of what's happening here?
Right.
Yeah, so I think that we would probably have you adopt a resolution giving your advice and input on as to who you...
Just like the resolution has a space for their 3 names, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
All right. That's pretty much what I'm
so
asking.
that there would be a record of it, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just clarify to that point? Is the city attorney making the decision based solely on our recommendation out of that group, or was she?
So I think if she has any issues with who you decide you would like to have, she's going to let you know that.
I have a question. What will we be seeing? Just like a resume or something?
They will submit their qualifications. So that would likely include a resume. It may be also a narrative statement from them talking about their specific work with your types of bodies.
Well, I'm just thinking, resume looks great. Went to Harvard and Stanford, and you defended the Ku Klux Klan.
No, they have to address specific things that are in the ordinance. So those things will be addressed in the resume.
Those things, I mean, their leanings is what I'm thinking about.
Right.
They'll be there?
Yes.
Really?
Hopefully. I mean, I can't control what they send us. So, but if they're going to present a good response to an RFQ, they're going to include all of the information that has to do with work that relates to the type of work that the ordinance is asking to be done for the commission.
Will they tend to be criminal defense attorneys?
No,
or?
no. They would typically probably be municipal attorneys who have worked for municipalities in the past and dealt with these types of issues before.
Thank you.
So what guarantee or what process is in place that all this information is provided to this body? And then there's something you just said that, and usually when I hear something odd, my brows furrow, that the city attorney can determine if she wants to accept it or not. Can you clarify that statement?
What I said was if she had an issue with the person that you were going to suggest, that she would let you know that and what her reasons are for that.
Oh, if she has an issue?
Is that
what you just said?
Correct.
Okay.
Because sometimes we're attorneys. The municipal law field is not that big of a group of attorneys, so there are lots of people who we know. And if there are people out there that we've heard issues with, we would like for you to know about that.
Okay.
Would there be a record if they've been sanctioned for anything?
If there is a record of that, but I wouldn't necessarily have access to that. That depends on the individual courts. There are 58 of them in California, and I don't think I can get all those records.
Would we be vetting for that, if to the extent possible?
Again, I don't know that there's a way that can. If there's a way to do it, we could do that, but I don't know that there is because there are 58 individual courts.
Would you look at the Bar Association thing to see if there's been complaints?
58 individual bar associations as well.
Well, there's the California Bar. I mean,
the state bar, yes. Yeah, absolutely. We would look at that. That's easy. The state bar, of course, yes.
Thank you.
And I just want to clarify, as an attorney, so what I do on a day-to-day basis is RFQ, RFPs, and contracts. So I think it would be good to explain that the city attorney's role is always to do the engagement and contract for other attorneys. It's
Correct.
kind of the general practice for
It
municipalities.
is the general practice. That's correct.
But I think that should also be known. And then second, as to the criteria that you have listed out for the sections, will you be providing us a point scale so that we can, when the ad hoc committee gets together, looks at 54 applications, they have a scoring sheet?
So the RFQ is not set up that way. Basically, here are the qualifications in the ordinance. Tell us if you meet them and why.
Could I ask for the city attorney to provide us what they determine adds more value? So if the level of experience adds more value out of a
Sure.
100-point scale, I think that would be very helpful for us.
We could make a recommendation to you about
That way we
yes.
can present that
Of
to
course.
city council. I think that would be the easiest way to help understand that, because based on that, there is no parameters on how we determine what weight or what factor the city attorney or what we should be looking at, because we are also not attorneys.
Understood. We can definitely help you with that.
And I think that should be for both this and the independent auditor as well.
Because I believe that would be something the community would even ask, how is this being scored? And that would make sense, because then you have documentation looking at the scoring process.
I just want to interject, Commissioner Ian. As it relates to when you look at the independent auditor, I'm not expecting the city attorney to give you, other than, I just want to, let me finish. I'm not expecting her to lay out the criteria to tell you X, Y, and Z, because she doesn't hold that audit expertise. So that's going to be very important. And it is, for the audit piece, how is that written? She's the expert as the attorney. And from an audit perspective, how's the RFP written or inquiry? What are the qualifications? And it really the work should be lined up with what are the criterias for someone looking at this type of work from a compliance lens and how that's being built out. That's very important, that someone with that background is laying that framework. And I speak with experience in that world, where I have spent over 20 years in that profession and leading in that profession. So that's going to be very important when you talk about this body of work, having someone with that expertise, with all due respect, just like in your own profession, being able to lay out that criteria. And there should be a score sheet that will help you all. The city staff should have an appropriate score sheet for any of this work that we're doing as it relates to helping you understand what are the qualifications required. And once you go through all that work, and say you've chosen 3 to 5, I'm just using it as an example, for any of this work, you do have the opportunity, if you so choose, to ask these individuals to come and present before you and ask questions. Because this is very serious work, and it is not an expectation that you're going to know every facet of how they're going to handle their work, but to be able to also engage them about the work. Plus you have someone, I forget what her name is, she was here last Monday with you. Raina, right? Rania. Rania has expertise in this work as well. And you have an opportunity as a commission to lean on her, because that also increases the credibility of your work that you're doing in the community as well. Because one of the things that, again, that we continue to grapple with as you are getting set up and you are moving forward in this work is, again, the accountability and the independence that's really important to this work. And so being able to have Rania as well chime in and opine with all of you as a group or with the chair and the vice chair at different points in time is also important. That's what she's here for, to help you and also to help you with the credibility of your independence. Because I'm just being very frank, every time you meet, there is always that question, how are you being independent, right? That's a constant comment. That's a constant, all the comments are underlying in that particular one word, your independence. And so what can you lean on? Whom can you lean on that helps you continue to build and show that independence and build trust with community in this work? And it is through the experts outside of the role that our staff have in this work. And because this is really about trust for the community in this work. And yes, the staff are very critical in this work. This is not meant from a negative perspective. We're dealing with the lens of community, not the lens of the bureaucracy that I'm a part of, because I'm a government worker. These are all city workers. We're looking at it from the lens of community. This is why you're here. This is why this is formulated. So being able to really lean on the experts outside of the city format, who the city has engaged, and we believe that are trusted partners to help you do the work that you need to do, is be mindful of that as you continue to shape your goals and you're working with community to do this work. It's very important. And I want to touch on one other thing. I've just been listening to the meeting versus wanting to speak in the beginning is, the meeting that you're talking about, the community meeting, and one of the things that Commissioner Clark had asked and our city manager acknowledged, it's really important for you each to hear from your communities. And since it's not possible that the full commission can be in this community meeting without noticing it as a community meeting, if you so choose not to do that, is what are the resources that the city can lend to ensure that each and every one of these commissioners can go into their communities and be able to have a community forum to hear specifically from their community, because they're not going to be able to do this on their own. So they're going to need support if they're going to choose to go into the community to specifically hear from each one of their districts. So what can we as a city do to facilitate this very important work if they are choosing to go into the individual communities and be able to hear what the community has to say around the different topics that they're addressing, if we cannot have them in the same room, as you have stated. So that's going to be really important. Not just saying it, but how do we make it possible? And yes, this commission is requiring a lot of resources, but I believe when we set up this commission, we knew it was going to take a lot of work because of the nature of the work. So what can we do to support what Commissioner Clark brought forward if everyone cannot be in the same room, if we're choosing not to make it a noticed meeting?
I don't think we've called item 10C yet.
So I do have one more question. If the city attorney decides not to accept who we recommend, what's the criteria that she's using, and how, can her decision be overridden?
So I can't speak for her. I can tell you what I would look at. I would look at whether I felt based on the experience, whether the person was competent, whether the person had a record of discipline, whether the person had any experience doing this type of work, what the references about that person say about their experience with that person, whoever it is. Those are the kinds of things I would personally look at. Those would be important to me. And that's what I would base any recommendation on, is those things.
Because sometimes what's on paper is not always as effective as
Correct.
seeing the
That's
person in person.
absolutely very true, yes.
So I don't know if there's a thought to come up with a scenario that you could put forth to see how they would respond if the POAC had something that would determine versus like just looking at something on paper. I mean, that's just my thoughts, because
Sure.
it just doesn't reflect accurately on
I mean,
paper.
I think that it's possible, the council member brought up a good point, that I think it's possible if you, normally the way we've done these kinds of things in the past when we're looking for an attorney for some specific task and we ask for qualifications, the qualifications part of it is used basically to determine who you'd like to talk to, okay? So you don't necessarily make the final decision based upon the piece of paper. You would make the decision on whether you want to talk to that person based on the piece of paper, and then have a chat with them in some form or another, either at a meeting here or the subcommittee, I suppose, could even have a chat with them, and then make a determination if you want to go further with them from that point.
Well, then, let me reframe this scoring sheet portion. Can we come up with our own scoring sheet?
Yes, of course.
Let's do that then.
So are we done with this item? I mean, we picked the.
I think we are.
We picked the.
There's a motion that
committee
was, yeah.
and- All right, so would staff present item D?
Yes, so a discussion and provide advice and input to staff regarding the request for proposals, RFP for an independent police auditor, IPA. Discussion and input to staff on process for reviewing qualified responses. So, as you know, the POAC ordinance establishes there'll be an office of the independent police auditor, which could be a full-time or a part-time or contracted position. The city manager appoints that person or persons or firm or firms after getting the advice and input from the commission. The duties of the IPA include reviewing certain investigatory reports, providing recommendations concerning findings thereof, advising the commission on changes to policies or training, and assisting the commission in the preparation of its annual report. We do not have a in-house resource to perform this work, so I think it's most effective to hire an outside individual firm to perform it. To identify an outside firm, we would normally go through a procurement process like a request for qualifications or a request for proposals. We've drafted a request for proposals that we're seeking the commission's input on this evening. The commission can also, just established a subcommittee to review the proposals or qualifications for the outside counsel. The commission can also determine that they'd like to create an ad hoc subcommittee to review these proposals as well. So that's another action you could take tonight. That's my report. I'm happy to hear whether you have any suggested changes to the draft RFP, which was in your packet. And you might want to take public comment, if there is any.
Through the chair, yes, we do have one member of the public in person and one member of the public online. Robert Scheusel, please approach the podium. And while he approaches the podium, we have two speakers now online.
Yeah, let me just say, I think both approaches, both for a lawyer and for the independent auditor, is very myopic. Just limiting the lawyers, the municipal lawyers, for example, you miss a lot of people. What about civil rights attorneys? What about going to Nicole and other places and asking people for recommendations? What about going to consulting groups or going to the cities that actually are doing this right now? Your approach right now is going to be limited to a real narrow slice of life, and you need to rethink the way you're doing it. And I think for the Let me just read you a list that I sent you of places that you ought to be talking to people to get referrals. Not this, oh, we're going to send it out to some firms and let the firms decide who they're going to tell us about. There's the National Lawyers Guild, there's Rihanna, there's the County Bar Association, ACLU. What about civil rights lawyers? Why don't you ask Melissa Knoll or John Burroughs? Why don't you go to consulting groups like OIR and Jensen Hughes to ask them their advice? Why not go to some of the cities? I just limited it to those that are within about 70 miles. I don't know how many of you are aware, BART even has an IPA. So why don't you speak to the people at BART about who they might recommend? There's Richmond, there's Sacramento, there's San Francisco, your own city council liaison. It would be an excellent source. There's Oakland, there's San Jose, and Palo Alto. I just think that you need to rip this away from the city's control and really do a job search the way you're supposed to do a job search, rather than this kind of a, do it by the numbers approach. You're not going to get a good person unless you interview people also. I just think, I absolutely agree with Mr. Hybels that you just got to be able to speak to the person too. Just looking at a piece of paper isn't going to tell you much. I could make my credentials look like I'm good, but you wouldn't want me for those positions. So please rethink what you're doing. The subcommittee should have major control, and you should be sending a final set of recommendations to the people who have to sign off for contracts. And if they disagree with you, I hope you fight like hell with them, because they're biased. They want someone that's good for them. They may not want someone who's good for POAC. Thank you.
First online speaker, Carol Heap. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Let me just start by saying I wholeheartedly agree with Dr. Sechel. Municipal attorneys is just one category of those that would qualify, and just going from a list of municipal attorneys, I got to tell you right now, I'm suspect. I would be suspect of anybody you would hire from that list going forward. You have not opened the doors to the opportunities to everybody who may want to or who may qualify for either one of these options that you're going to be hiring for. The analysis of a municipal attorney is this. Municipalities have employees. Attorneys are the legal arm of the municipality. Police departments are the enforcement arm of the municipality. When a police officer engages in misconduct or alleged misconduct, that officer's representative is the city attorney. And then the outside counsel is suing the city, who's being represented by that municipal attorney that works for that city to represent the city and the employee of the city, who is the police officer who works for that city. So you have a city, municipality, you have the legal arm of that municipality, which is the city attorney, and then you have the law enforcement agency of that city, which is the police department. Or if you're in the county, it's the sheriff's department. But either way, the attorney's job is to defend the city by defending the city employee against outside action against the city. So anytime you have a municipal attorney representing a city, thereby the employees, thereby the police department, you have a conflict of interest. And that's the list that you're being given by our city attorney to find RFQ. Bad news.
Okay, final speaker online, Muir Wood. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. I want to first acknowledge the commission for kind of thinking outside the box. And when the city attorney's office said that the RFQ process doesn't necessarily involve a score sheet, as would perhaps a normal RFP process, Commissioner Yun, you said, well, let's create our own. So great. I think that's exactly the type of thinking that will enhance your ability to fully vet the appropriate candidates once you get to that point. And I would highly recommend that you do create the subcommittees. And in those subcommittees, I think that you might consider taking some time to educate yourselves, get an overview of a typical acquisition, contract acquisition in a municipality, what that involves in terms of, right, there's an initial candidate pool. From that candidate pool, you're going to look at resumes. You're going to, you're going to do your basic due diligence. And then from that, you'll have a short list of individuals or firms that you want to bring in. And when you bring them in, you're going to want to speak with them, and you're going to want to know the right types of questions to ask. And there's a plethora of information out there that will help guide you in determining the best types of questions that you can ask these candidates once you have brought them in, once you have done some initial vetting and due diligence and you brought them in to speak with you. So I think that's an important, those will be some important steps in the subcommittees. I agree with Dr. Lejeju. It's a these are two extremely important roles, an independent attorney and an independent auditor for your oversight on the VPD. Please educate yourselves as best you can to ensure that you understand the process, the robustness of the process, and flex your commission, flex your commission strength in digging deep and vetting and doing your best due diligence as possible. And you might need to do some outside work to understand the best types of due diligence to engage in. So thank you so much for allowing me to make my comments.
Through the chair, no other speakers at this time.
Thank you. Any commissioners have a comment?
If memory serves me correctly, did you not already present this RFP for the independent auditor to the commissioners? And how many comments did you receive back?
We shared it with the commissioners. Two commissioners provided comments. We incorporated those as we thought we were able and appropriate. Happy to answer any questions about that. But we haven't talked at all about how we would disseminate this, although some of the public comment has provided a lot of good ideas. When looking for specialized services, particularly legal services, you're often providing, following a course of action which is kind of narrower outreach to firms that you've identified as maybe being qualified. On a professional services contract like this, we would normally broadcast it a lot more widely using our standard city procurement platform. We have a platform called Planet Bids, which many consulting firms subscribe to. I did like some of the suggestions that were made by a member of the public about checking in with other organizations that have IPAs and finding out how they use and getting the recommendations, so we'll certainly do that. But yes, you've already had an opportunity to provide a little bit. This RFP is based on an RFP that the city attorney's office issued back earlier in the POAC history, but before it was up and running, to identify a former IPA. So it's kind of an updated version that I think incorporates some improvements. So happy to take any suggestions you have for changes. Also happy to accept the commission's direction that we come back with a future agenda item to establish a subcommittee to review the proposals we get through this process, if you would like. So happy to take whatever direction you would like to provide.
I think this particular position is it's been in the city's headlights for quite a long time. It's one of the most important positions that the community has been asking for, the independent auditor. And I think it would be best for us to form an ad hoc committee to get this moving, so we can, and we can do the research and look at other cities that have independent auditors. But because this has been low-hanging fruit for a long, long time, I think it's just best that we get the subcommittee going and start the work, so this position can be filled before the end of the year. I'm not sure how many years it's been, but at least I know it's been at least 3. I could be wrong, but I think it's been at least 3 that there's been an effort to get this position in here.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion providing direction on that? And I feel like there are a couple different things that we'd want to have be clarified in the motion. One is, do we issue the RFP right now and come back and create the subcommittee to review the proposals? Or would you like to create a subcommittee that would then review the RFP and make changes to that? You can do it either way. So happy to entertain a motion on that and take that forward.
You can't create another ad hoc committee on this item tonight
Right.
because
It's an
that's
agenda item.
not on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
They know that they'd be providing direction
But
for
you
us to
can't
come back.
absolutely provide direction to bring that back in that.
Okay, so this would be brought back then?
If you make a motion that the majority supports, that we return with an agenda item to create an ad hoc subcommittee it can be review the RFP and participate in the selection or make recommendations, or we can go forward with the RFP and the subcommittee can just review the proposals and make recommendations, whatever you would like.
So some thoughts from the commissioners?
Does the selection include interviews or no?
The selection process could include whatever you would like it to include, and you can weigh in on the criteria as well. But normally, yes, it would include interviews.
So as the RFP stands now, there is an interview for the candidates?
I don't think it specifies that it has to happen, but it lays out the criteria, and if you would like to have interviews, you can have interviews.
If it's not included specifically today, is it an option that's on the table if we
Yes.
decide to go forward with
Yep,
it?
yeah.
Okay. And so, I'm sorry, clarify, so we don't have the ability to make an ad hoc today, or we do?
You may not create the subcommittee. That needs to be acted upon after it's agendized, but you can provide the direction tonight that staff return with a future agenda item to create an ad hoc subcommittee.
So we'll take your motion to agendize this item, to come back to form an ad hoc committee to review the IPA RFP.
You could, just as a suggestion, since you're having a special meeting on the 20th, you could do that on the 20th as well. It shouldn't take you very long.
Yes, that was going to be item 12. I was going to propose that, actually, but thanks.
And I'm sorry, could I clarify, the motion is to create the ad hoc committee and to do the selection process, which would include either review of the RFP, if there's revisions that are required at the special meeting, and to facilitate the selection process that were a part of it.
I didn't follow it entirely, but I think the options are this. It sounds like, my guess is, it sounds like there's going to be a motion to bring back an item to create a subcommittee. I think the remaining question is, will the subcommittee look at the RFP before the RFP is published, or not? Can the RFP be published as it is? And that's up to you all to decide and make a motion.
We need to review it before it's published, because I don't know if everybody has a chance to see it.
It's up to the maker of the motion. Yep, so it's up to the maker of the motion whether you want the subcommittee to review the RFP before it's published. It's either way is fine. I'll ask you to please use your mics if you're going to have a dialogue about this, so it's clear to the public.
The only reservation I have about pausing and reviewing the RFP is we're delaying it further from a selection process. And so it's my only comment. It's neither here or there, it's just we're adding one more delay step, and that just makes me pause.
So you're saying let's go ahead with the RFP and make a motion to set up a ad hoc committee at our next meeting? Yeah, so we're making a motion to go ahead and move forward with the RFP and agendize an ad hoc committee for the upcoming meeting.
Okay. So the motion is bring back a future agenda item to establish an ad hoc subcommittee to review the proposals. In the meantime, issue the RFP.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we have a motion. Just give me a sec to jot that down here. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
Commissioner Roy, okay, we'll do a roll call here.
Can I ask a question? So is that going to be on the agenda for the 20th?
Yes, the creation of an ad hoc subcommittee can be on the agenda of the 20th.
Okay.
We call that a date certain for the item, so we'll, let me make myself a note here.
The selection of the independent auditor, that power is within POAC, correct?
It's a similar arrangement as with the outside counsel, except it's the city manager. But I think Councilmember Letajou and Assistant City Attorney Reisner explained process-wise that there are a lot of controls that I think would support the POAC's recommendation, including that a contract over $100,000 needs to be approved by the City Council. And I expect that both the outside counsel and the IPA's contracts are going to be over $100,000, and I think the City Council would have feelings if the city manager moved forward with recommending a firm or firms that the commission did not support. Okay, so we'll do a roll call here. Commissioner Qualls.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sykes.
Yes.
Chair Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Yoon.
Yes,
I'm
but I
sorry?
also want to let people know that you can say no to this vote as well.
Okay. Commissioner Roy.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Hybels
Yes.
and Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. That's the end of item 10D. Are we ready for 10E?
Yes, so would
Okay.
you introduce the motion?
Adopt a resolution to establish an ad hoc subcommittee of the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission and appointment of members to make recommendations to staff regarding the police department complaint and complement informational materials and communications related thereto. And I'll just note that this is pursuant to a conversation that the commission had previously about, and a lot of public comment about the need to make the materials related to the complaints policy much clearer, and so this is the form of that, that item.
So is there any comment?
Through the chair, yes, we do have one member of the public that would like to speak. Robert Scheusel, please approach the podium.
It's getting late, so I'll try to be brief. I originally wasn't going to make any comments, but I think I need to. First of all, what kind of a timeline does this particular part have, because I think that's going to make a big difference in how you do things. First, I think, and I used to do this for a living, you need to meet with the public and review the materials and find out what they think, what's clear, what's not clear, what's missing, things like that. If you think that it's clear, then you screwed up, because you know what? You're not the customer. The customer often sees the world very differently because they have less information. So you can't assume that things are clear. If you have to explain anything, it's wrong and needs to be rewritten. And you need to, after you redo materials, you need to show it to a new group of people who have never seen them before and have them explain it to you. You get shocked sometimes because you think, oh, we did a great job, and they're saying, I don't understand what you're saying right here. And you also need to maybe go to the people who have filed complaints in the past and say, if I gave you this, would this have met your needs any better? And what about it is missing based on your situation? So please don't forget the public. I think that's been one of the problems in the past. The police think that stuff is clear. Yeah, it's clear to the other officers, but it's not clear to the public. Thank you.
Through the chair, no other speakers have signed up for this item at this time.
Does the commission have any comments?
All right. So a motion needs to be made to form a subcommittee to review and create complaint materials that was related to the complaint policy.
Sorry, yes, and you would be looking for 2 up to 3 volunteers to serve on this subcommittee.
Okay. So is there any of the commissioners are volunteering to serve on this subcommittee? Okay. We have Lewis. What was it?
And
Clark. Little pun there, huh? Lewis and Clark. Okay. And Qualls. Okay.
Can we appoint Dr. Shushel?
All right. So the members of the ad hoc committee are Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Clark, and Commissioner Qualls.
Well, once you vote on adopting the resolution, they might be if it passes.
Oh, okay. So let me commend that. The volunteers. So we're ready to take the vote on this?
Yes, we need a second real quick.
Okay. Second by Lewis.
All right. Commissioner Qualls. Yes. Vice Chair Sykes.
Yes.
Chair Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Yoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Roy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hybels.
Yes.
And Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Great. I will note that a ad hoc subcommittee could invite outside folks to their meetings to get input if they wanted to.
So I guess we're on to the information calendar.
Okay, so information calendar item 11A, update regarding fiscal year 25-26 POAC budget. Nothing has changed on that since the last POAC meeting, regular meeting. The City Council has not approved that mid-year change, but staff will be bringing back a request for a very small number of mid-year adjustments, I think at the first council meeting in May, so I believe that the council will have an opportunity to approve the budget at that time. The lack of a budget at this time really isn't hindering you all from doing your core work, and so I don't think it's an immediate concern. That's my update. And information calendar item B, update regarding appointment of youth alternate member. We have received applications for 2 youth members, but we think it's prudent to do a broader call. We haven't done a broad announcement of your interest in finding a youth member. So we will be working on that with the city clerk and the PIO sometime very soon, and hope to have some candidates for the council to review soon.
So going back to the budget update, if I heard you correctly earlier, you said there's going to be a special council meeting on the 20th of April about the budget. I just want to make sure I get it.
Yes, although that's kind of that's about the budget development process for next fiscal year's budget. That won't have an action item. The POAC agenda for the current fiscal year will be part of the mid-year request. That'll go to the council at the first regular council meeting in May. But at that budget workshop on the 20th, members of the public can submit their ideas about what should be in next fiscal year's budget. And so if there are members of the public who want to advocate for the POAC's budget in some way, that would be an opportunity to provide public comment on that.
Okay. So with the challenges with the limited resources at the city level, and to a point that Commissioner Yoon made earlier, it seems like, and I know there's been some hesitancy about this, that the work has to get done. And so with the budget still being under review and resources limited, what can the chair and the vice chair do to help move this process along? I mean, it seems like right now, until things are settled down, we may have to take the initiative and do things ourselves, without, of course, with further discussion. But to the point that was made by Commissioner Clark, outreach, we got to get out to folks, outreach, which means brochures and flyers and things like that need to be created. I mean, this is a constantly moving situation here, and we don't know when the budget will be settled. We don't know when a new city manager is coming in. So we can't stall our process while we're waiting on these things.
Right.
So that's my ask on this kind of situation, so the POAC can still remain active.
Yeah, the mid-year ask doesn't relate to staffing support. That's all covered through, a different part of the budget. But what you can do to advocate both for the current year and for the future year is to email your council member who recommended you for appointment and let them know that you're very interested in seeing the POAC budget included as part of the mid-year so it can support the POAC's activities.
Any other thoughts or comments from the other commissioners?
Yeah, in the event that we do have activities in the community, POAC related, we will be able to be reimbursed if we spent our own funds to promote what we're doing. Will there be a system set in place to where we can be recompensated?
Yeah, I'd have to, it's not a very common circumstance that commissioners have out-of-pocket expenses, and some commissions have budgets. I would say so we'll explore that. In the interim, if you need something for any work that you're going to be doing, you can also ask city staff to furnish those, whatever materials you need, and then we can get it through our normal process and provide it to you.
The reason why I posed this question is because things are happening in real life every single day. In District 2, where I'm at, we've had a number of shootings and killings in the community, and the community they're in dismay. And so sometimes we have to create these forums to be able to speak to them about what's taking place in the community, right? And oftentimes the community, myself included, will come out of my own pocket with these funds to address these issues. And these are things that can't be scheduled because they're happening on an everyday basis. I mean, just like right out of the blue. And to be representing District 2, also have a nonprofit, and, you know, the community is very, very expressive when it comes to what's going on. They come over, they talk to us or whatever else. And by individuals knowing that I'm a representative of District 2 as far as POAC is concerned, they're coming, you know. I know that I can't address a whole lot, but I can listen and document what's being said in the community as far as things are concerned. But it would be of great a relief to be able to also provide them with something. And so in those moments, I would love to present a receipt and say, hey, this is what we did. We can give you a sign-in sheet. We can make it out of an activity or whatever else, but this is something that I signed up for a reason, and it would be greatly appreciated if we did have some type of budget or some type of structure. And since we don't have anything now and we're contemplating the budget and we're trying to create one, to have something established to where if we do have these events take place that we can be compensated for it, because we do have a responsibility and the community do look up to us and refer to us when things take place.
Yeah, I completely understand the rationale. Let me talk to the finance department and we'll figure out what's possible and provide some, if it is possible for commissioners to be reimbursed for certain out-of-pocket expenses, we'll provide the guidelines for that.
I have a question about the youth, a youth position. I know there, I believe I've heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you've received a couple of applications.
Correct, yeah.
I like to look up words in the dictionary. So I happened to look up the word youth, and it said it literally started at younger age. Because when you look at 18 to 25, that's an adult. But when you look at youth, they push the age back, or they literally start the age at 16, around 16 to 24. So if there's difficulty in getting quote-unquote adult youth to serve on the commission, what is keeping us from looking at high school students who may be engaged in learning more about civic engagement and getting involved in the city, affecting change here? So changing the age to make it lower and not necessarily starting at the age of 18, because that's technically an adult.
Yeah, I'll share a couple of thoughts, and then I think Randy probably has some thoughts as well. But one consideration I think might be that these commissioners are going to have access to confidential information. I mean, they're going to be participating members in this commission and will be looking at things like complaints, investigative reports. So it's probably not something that's appropriate to share with someone who is an adult. Further, in thinking about the time commitment, you know, you all know, and this is just getting rolling, what the time commitment is for that. It's a little, also folks are appointed to 4-year terms, and there's some value in having people to be able to serve for that entire period. It's harder for me to imagine say a high schooler who's able to do that than say a young working adult or perhaps a college student. So also the ordinance states that the age range is 18 to 25.
Right. That's the part I was going to say. The ordinance does state the date range. The other issue is, again, what Andrew brought up about looking at the confidential information. We required you, if you recall, to sign an agreement that says you're going to keep it confidential. Someone who's under 18 doesn't have what we call the capacity to contract, so their signature on such a document doesn't mean anything. So those are some of the reasons. Also, there is a provision in state law that requires the participants in boards and commissions to be adults 18 and up.
So is there any more comment on this item? The next item is item 12, future agenda items. Take it away, Renee.
All right, so, you know, what we've seen over since we started officially meeting in January. We've faced some serious barriers here that for this commission to operate in a manner that's effective and has insufficient structure. And in order for us to be successful, in order for us to honor the requests of the community, we got to fix these things. At the beginning of the meeting, there were things that were told us we knew nothing about. There's a book called Computers for Dummies. Well, we need training in how this commissioner can run more effective. We're off to a slow start, but I think what you find is the more you do, the better you get at it. But I think what would be much, much helpful is if that we got the needed training so we don't have these hiccups like we did tonight. The issues we brought up were raised in prior meetings, and we've put them in writing, and they're slowly surfacing one by one. And we got to adhere. The ordinance is constantly mentioned, and we have to adhere to the ordinance. It's like our Bible that we go to. And even if changes to the ordinance have to be made, they may have to be made in order for this commission to run the way it should. There are some issues that require urgent action, and we can't delay. And with the departure of you, Mr. Murray, that's really going to hamper us. I know you think positive, that's great, but things happen. So we got to have a backup plan. We got to be able to do something to make sure this commission doesn't experience any more hiccups or have any more delays. There's answers that are needed. There's clarity that needs to be provided to every single commissioner that's sitting on this dais. And so we have to work through it, which means the communication is going to have to greatly improve, especially between the chair and myself, because we need to be able to communicate to what's going on and how Commissioner Lewis and I are dealing with these issues that pop up all the time. And it's not fair to have us come in and have us stumble once again in front of the public. They're nicer to us tonight, which I appreciate, but we still need to be able to come in showing that we have knowledge that's needed to effectively run this commission. So we did agree to a special meeting on April 20th, and I'd like to make sure that there is somewhere from the police department there at that meeting to answer those questions that have already been posed by the community, something Dr. Schussel brought up, because I think that was one of the comments that was made. When are the questions going to be answered? And then to hear, and then to be told they were going to be answered tonight, and then told no, not. That threw the community off totally. And so that's why we asked, that's one of the reasons why we asked for the special meeting. So for the agenda that's going to come up on the 21st, the issue that I want to bring up that's very challenging, that's going to be controversial, is the email monitoring. One of the things that is very concerning is that when we send emails to each other and people are not included, people's names pop up. So if that is happening, how are we as a commission going to be able to address that? If the community wants to go directly to the commissioners, but they can't because and I know you gave me explanations to why, but if they want to submit a complaint to the commissioners and then other people pop up, where's the confidentiality, where's the trust in that? So if we're going to build the trust of the community, they should be able to send us complaints on a separate server than the city server. I know it's a cost factor, but this is something the city is looking for. We know the challenges the community has for over the past several years and the trust they have with the police department. And people have came in here and said, we don't want to send our complaints directly to the PD. And they have that right. So how are we going to address that if they send it to us and then somebody can pop up and see it? That's concerning. And that's, again, that basically hurts the community in terms of the trust. We talked about putting the RFP for the IPA on there. We talked about the secretary, who's going to take your place when you're gone, and how long is it going to take? And then find out what is going on with Rania and what her formal engagement is and what her scope of work is going to be. And then, of course, we did talk about the interim independent counsel, and then the complaint policy. So there's a lot to cover, but we still have to keep moving because the community's expectation is that we deal with this sooner than later. I don't know if any other commissioners have comments they wish to make on this.
If I may, so yes, I've been keeping a list as well, but there's one that I don't think there's an item related to the outside counsel coming back. You've established a subcommittee for that.
Okay,
On
so
the
that's a
20th.
correction on my part.
Okay. But we do have complaints. You can recommend all of those items and we'll vote on it as a slate. But the other things you mentioned are the current system right now we have in place for email, the scope of work for Rania, kind of next steps on the secretary,
Yes.
and the establishment of the IPA subcommittee.
Right.
So if that sounds like a motion for the items for 420.
We were also, it's been a long night, 4 hours going on here. There was also about the complaint policy. I think so forgive me if I'm misstating
Yeah,
that.
that's on it.
Okay.
Complaints, email monitoring, Rania,
Okay.
secretary, IPA subcommittee.
Okay,
They've already made the motion about the ad hoc committee previously, so that doesn't need to go. You already decided that
This is
earlier.
for the IPA.
Yes, they decided that earlier. It's my recollection.
No, they didn't. They
You sure?
for the council, it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, yep, so it sounds like a motion for those items for the special meeting on the 20th?
yeah.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
All right, we'll do a roll call. Commissioner Qualls?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sykes? Yeah, okay. Chair Lewis?
Yes.
Commissioner Yoon?
Yes.
Commissioner Roy? Yes. Commissioner Hybels?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
All right, sounds great. I want to clarify our standard agenda setting process so that everybody understands what it is, and we can talk about whether we want to clarify it. But the way that it works even with the city council, but all of our commissions, the commission, the majority of the commission establishes what our future agenda items are going to be. So agendas are composed of two different main categories of things. Things that staff brings forward to you because it needs some action, like the complaints that you hear in closed session, right? Things that staff brings towards you. The other kind of agenda items are things that commissioners have requested, right? So that's the pool of everything that can appear on an agenda. The role of the chair and the vice chair is to look at that universe of items and decide what is going to appear on what meeting. The chair and the vice chair generally do not have the authority to themselves add items to the agenda that have not been approved by the entire commission. So the role of the agenda setting meeting, so I meet with, and sometimes I'm joined by the city clerk, sometimes I'm joined by people in the city attorney's office. The role of the chair and the vice chair in the agenda setting meetings is deciding which items are priorities and how many things we can fit reasonably into an agenda item. But they don't have the authority to add their own items. That's the role of the council, of the commission. So just want everybody to be aware of that.
Which apparently means that if anybody has something they want to put on future agenda, this would be the time to bring it up.
Correct, yeah. All right, we have that.
So hearing none, I guess we are moving on to closed session.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the commission, in closed session this evening, you are going to discuss public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, discussion and consideration of complaints and reports. to discuss complaints, charges, investigations, and discipline involving Vallejo Police Department employees and information deemed confidential under California Penal Code Sections 832.5 through 832.8 and Evidence Code Section 1040. You're going to review the following complaints: CC 2026-06, and the first 6 numbers are the same on all of them, so I'm just going to read the final 2 numbers. So 06, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
So please report the actions taken.
Thank you, Chair. The commission did meet in closed session about public employee discipline, dismissal release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. Discussion and can't even talk, it's too late. Discussion and consideration of complaints and reports, to discuss complaints, charges, investigations, and discipline unless the employer requests an open public session involving Vallejo Police Department employees and information deemed confidential under California Penal Code Sections 832.5 through 832.8 and Evidence Code Section 1040. And the list of complaints are as stated in the agenda. And the commission gave direction and no other action was taken, and that completes the report out.
And no further business, we are adjourned.